think Sarah's coming in.
Okay.
Just letting you know, there might be someone joining us in a second.
I think there's going to be a bunch. You just honestly just shove everyone in. We'll just have
Free for all in the chat.
free for all. Fight to the death.
Oh. I did not sign up for that.
Sorry, I'm being joined by a bean. Come on, you. Oh, no, don't scream at me. I know it's 4 o'clock. Come on. Come on. You can jump out, for fuck's sake. Come on, you.
Someone made potato truffles. Don't make potato truffles. How do you make potato truffles bad?
Yeah?
I'm curious about that, because it sounds good.
I'm sure you can hear this cat.
I can hear the bell.
Aoife, I swear to God, she keeps on jumping up, and then I go to grab her, and then she jumps away. Could you, like, come here, please? Come on. Aoife, come on.
She's doing a Holly where she wants uppy, but she does not want to be picked uppy.
But, yeah, exactly. It's like, come on, you wee devil. It's Aoife, who has become, like, really, really needy recently. Come on, you.
Potato truffles was cold mash mixed with truffle covered with chocolate powder. Yeah, that doesn't sound right.
It's not even zoomies. It's just like coming to scream and then like.
It's like, Father, why are you not in bed yet?
Yeah, pretty much. It's like I can sense that you're sad.
I'm going to scream at you in solidarity.
Oh God, I realised that I've fucked this so bad, man. I thought this was way closer than it is, and it's just not. Instead, it's like my clan's gonna get picked off one by one, because apparently none of them know how to like actually. Aoife, for goodness sake! I'm sure you can see like flicks of.
I can see the tail.
Come on, you. Can I pick you up?
Hey,
Hello.
how we doing?
Good. We're currently battling with the cat.
It's like, Sarah, are you sure you don't want to sleep?
Sleep? What is that?
Yeah.
No, I'm actually okay. Because I'll tell you why. Because I actually booked annual leave on Monday, so I'm easy, and plus I haven't done something like this in such a long time, so it reminds me of my uni days, and now I sound like an old fuck.
That's very fair. I am getting there, I suppose, is the only way to describe. Am I getting there? Maybe? I don't know. We're getting there. We've got 8 hours left. 8 hours left. We've got 8 hours left, which is we're over 2/3. 2/3 done, but still.
See,
8
how
hours
many?
left.
I'm just taking a look close at the screen. So 2,151. Well done.
Ah, it's not too bad.
It just sounds like, it's not too bad. It's just 2,151.
It's
Yeah.
it's not bad. Can my clan members stop dying, please?
Okay, right. So I'm kind of just like wondering, you said that towards like the game is completed like towards the end when you become bipedal, so that's the reason.
Well, so like bipedal's one of the kind of markers. You're also wanting to try and become like an omnivore. You're also wanting to get across the savannah, which we've not done yet. We've not headed across the savannah. We've still got a lot to do on that side. I think I'll be able to get it done. Like I think it's quite possible that I can get this done. But we'll see. There's no, yeah, maybe.
Okay.
Omnivores
No,
are actually pretty metal when you think about it, Tree, because like, yeah, you just had to eat like all the shit. Like, you had to just eat stuff, be sick, and then just continue, which is kind of cool.
Oh, do we see your monkey vomiting?
They don't vomit; they get poisoned.
Oh.
We've not learned how to vomit yet.
That's something.
No, you don't
We've
actually
not-
learn to. Yeah, you don't actually learn to vomit. You just like.
You get a notification that you've been poisoned by something you ate.
Yeah, yeah, that's it.
Then you have to drink a lot of water real fast.
Oh, okay. No, I'm sorry. I'm just like, just wondering. You can hear me all right? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
All right. Okay. Right.
Just
Thanks.
please be aware that, like, you know, like my level of sleep deprivation at the moment will be like, you know, it will just be like a bunch of very sleepy people all talking to each other. Which is where we're gonna get the weirdest shit. Right, let's settle down here, even though that was a fucking waste of time. Because I now need to, go back to... In fact, you know what, I might as fucking well. Let's just evolve again, because why not? Who cares? Who cares? In fact, how many children died? I still got 6 kids, so none of the kids died on the journey. That's good.
Always a positive.
Yeah, that's a net positive. I like
I
it
still
when...
got 6 kids. None of them have died on this journey. Yeah, that's something.
Were you imitating my accent there?
No, I'm from Northern. No, I'm from Northern Ireland.
No, it was just it's just I had there was one of the guys in the Discord tried to do my accent. It ended up it came out like London,
Oh.
like proper London. I channeling Bojo losing track of his kids. Ah, that was an easy shot, wasn't it? Oh wait, hold on. There's a fucking hangme that I want. So this is good. So once connected, a generation time lapse will basically produce a child, which means that I need to do like less. I never thought I would say this. It means that I don't need to do as much sex in this. It means that I can just kind of like I can be lazy about it. I only need to do 1 round of sex. Normally, because you can only have 3 kids at a time. And the maximum is 6 kids, so you end up doing like 2 rounds of sex where you have to like swap into the body of all the monkeys and make them have sex with one another. It's weirdly it's weirdly forward with how you try and make your clan grow.
It's very involved.
Yeah.
It's very.
I mean, I might as well be in there, like, jacking them off into a cup at this point, you know? I get to say that, it's my stream. But yeah, that's horrendous.
Sorry, I'm just like quite interested. So I'm looking at this evolution tree, I guess, and I'm just like wondering, how do you know that you're able to make like a jump? Is there like one cell over to another cell or something like? I'm sorry, the inner scientist.
Pretty much. So there's kind of trees basically, and the way it works is that like this first one was like motor skills, so it unlocked all of the motor skill stuff. If you look over to the left, like it's not marked or anything, you just kind of like group them mentally. But like this, we evolved an acute stress response, which allowed us to react for escapes and counterattacks faster. So like if you think about that, like we actually evolved to realize to like we have to do that. Then there's like fight response, there's flee response. So like you're starting to like evolve all that counter maneuvers. Like perceptual time dilation, so like reaction time, you know, when you feel like you've got to react fast to something and you feel like things move in slow motion, like there's tons of like shit like this. So this is all like the combat ones, and then up here you've got like the ability to like apply force to objects. And
Okay,
then on
right.
the right side, you've got ambulation, you've got all of your walking and your swimming. Over here, you've got your senses. Then down here, you've got your intelligence. And then here, you've got like your food. So, like, xenobiotic metabolism. There we go. You need shit like that. And then on the bottom left here, you've got like communication and some other shit. So,
All right. Okay.
it's a
Is
big tree.
there? Yeah, it's a massive big tree. Can I ask? Is there like some sort of time that you're well? How does the game tell you that you're at this particular stage or that particular stage of the game?
So like that comes down to the evolution thing, which I'll show you in a second, because I'm just, you know what, I'm just gonna do it. Fuck it. I'm gonna lock in all of these as well as much as I can. So there's like, you know, lock in that, and then lock in these two. And then I'm gonna, like, you can change the generation, and that will basically lock in the. Is that the rain? Holy fucking shit.
I can hear that over your mic.
That is rain.
What?
That is the rain in Falkirk right there. Oh, I need it.
I don't hear it here in Edinburgh.
I'll probably be coming your way. So there you go. We've got baby ape, and then we've got a baby ape growing up, becoming an adult, and then we've got a newborn, and then the elderly die. I think. Yeah, there we go. Elderly's dead. So you can do like a generation change. There we go, which we've just done. And now, to be honest, we're just going to do an evolution as well, because we might as well do that. Fuck it, we only had 2 deaths, that's not bad. I might end up changing out this shirt, because I feel like I'm not very breathable.
It's fair.
So yeah, I'm gonna do that briefly while I evolve.
It's a shame.
It's a nice shirt, but we do want you to be able to breathe while you're going through sleep deprivation.
That is.
Where?
Oh, so sorry. Where am I in Edinburgh? So I'm guessing that is Tristan right there. Can I DM you? Just cause unfortunately my face and my name was released by neo-Nazis on YouTube. Yeah, so I can't. Been told by the police to actually just like lay low for a bit. Unfortunately,
You are somewhere in the Edinburgh vicinity, and that is all you're giving out, and quite rightly so.
Mm-hmm.
That's
It's a shame, like, but I'll DM you, Tristan. Are you not coming on? Was Tristan not on before?
He was on earlier. You can come back in if you wanted to come back in as well.
Yeah, I think Tristan was gonna come back in.
Yeah, I mean he's on the chat, like, yeah, safety first, indeed. Yeah, I don't want to go on a massive rant right here, but it just massively sucks. The fact that so some of you guys might know me as on the chat, or anyone who follows about like for LGBT rights and ethnic minority rights and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
I knew what I was I knew what I was getting into with the whole activism thing round about in 2019 when I joined the SNP. But I just didn't. I guess for me, it's just like I didn't expect the amount of like hate. I guess.
Mhm.
I mean, I got it on usual. I got it on like I wouldn't say usual, but like if you met a racist, you'll know what they say and all that kind of stuff. But I think I just did not know. I'm so sorry. I'm tired. I guess I did not. I guess what hit me was the way of how these types of races were all trying to make it out as if they're quite intelligent and everything, and it's just like it's not, and unfortunate, and I guess it's quite sad to see of how people normal people are somehow agreeing to this just because they changed their vocabulary, they disguised their ways of how they basically just like you know.
Mhm.
And it's the same thing when regards to LGBT stuff. I just so if someone calls me the C word because I'm Chinese, obviously they will say, "Oh, no, you're saying, oh, you're being racist." But somehow, if someone disguises their xenophobic hate or homophobic hate or something in some sort of intelligent conversation, that is when people are not able to pick up on it, and you find some people are saying like, "Yeah, I agree on that," and it just leaves it being isolated. And what this bastard did, um, I really don't want what he what he did. I really did had to change a lot. I really had to keep my head down. I had to lock down my Twitter. I had to change my avatar. I had to change my freaking Twitter handle. I had to notify my wife, Emily, just to say, look, if you're going into work, please just be careful and stuff. It's just demoralizing. So it's sorry.
No, you're fine.
I it's just these things, and I had to shut down my LinkedIn for a while because,
Mhm.
and I had to modify my CV on Indeed for a bit because I didn't, because under the advice of the police, and it's like, that's how bad it is.
Mhm.
And yeah, but it just affects my mental health lots. So yeah, so I'm sorry for going on a massive tangent. It's just that
No,
if
don't apologize for that.
It reveals the scope. Like, I think a lot of people can grasp the concept that minorities experience abuse, but they don't really know the full depth of it, and that really
uh,
shows how it can go and how
I
our
had
language can be co-opted. Because what I've seen is a lot of the time it's not even they're making intelligent arguments. I've seen a lot of them using woke language to try and get around what they're saying. So it sounds like they're saying something that is phrased almost like a call out, and then
it's yeah. So okay. Well, first of all, we all know that new pregnancy. I'm sorry, we were talking about racism, and then it's just like new pregnancy. Oh, okay.
congratulations, I'm becoming a daddy again.
Wouldn't be the first time.
So how much child support do you have to go and pay? How many leaves?
Trillions.
Trillions of banana leaves.
That's true.
It's
Yeah.
that and snails and warthogs.
But yeah, no, it's just I think, and there were times that I felt like, why am I doing this? And obviously, I'm happy to just like to talk to you about it furthermore, Joy, about it, because yeah, in private about it. But yeah, I do this just because like, so I got involved in the game firstly because of freaking Brexit.
Mhm.
Um, worst mistake ever. Worst mistake ever. I don't, you know, and I'm saying this, and I know that there's some people who voted for Brexit for a brighter future and all. But I got like when I told people about some of the experiences that I had to um I had to suffer, because on the day after the vote, I was on the train to work, got these two people, and obviously they're alkies and all kind of stuff. But yeah, they came up, spat at me, and literally said, "We voted out. Time for you to go." Even though obviously, like, that doesn't make any sense because it was about the EU, about the EU referendum, not the freaking world referendum, in which that will be something.
The vitriol some people are capable of is just beyond me as a person. Like, I do not think I have that level of hatred in me.
Yeah.
And it's really shocking. Like, I've not had the same experiences, but I've had similar ones online. Being a disability advocate, you often get people just sending you abuse because you're talking about your experiences, and it makes them uncomfortable. So they turn around and make that discomfort into something that they can hit you with.
Yeah, and you see this in politicians as well. When you do call them out on stuff, a lot of them are just like saying like, "Oh, how can I ever be racist?" or "How can I ever be a homophobe?" or all that kind of stuff. Even when like people from in particular, considering that we're doing this for Gallup, when you highlight all of the findings that Gallup, LGBT Hero, another charity, the Naz and Matt Foundation, another charity, all of these research right here of what you are doing to us is harmful, and they say, "Oh, but I didn't, but I'm not a racist, or I'm not this, or I'm not that," and those hackles come up where they instantly think that I've offended you on this, like, dude,
or I never meant to do that, so therefore I didn't do that. But I mean, your intention is different from reality a lot of the time. You can turn around and say, "I didn't mean to do that. I'm so sorry," and that's different from "I didn't mean to do that, therefore I didn't." Which is a big thing I've found with a lot of people that take that kind of standoffish mentality. A lot of them go, "Well, that wasn't my intent." Okay, but that's what happened. You need to apologize for it and make amends. Like, you need to make it right now. Otherwise, your intention doesn't mean shit.
Of course, exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. I mean, I'm quite a little bit worried about the stupid government is actually now becoming really xenophobic. But I'm not going to get into that but yeah, it's just
bit heavy-handed at 4:30 in the morning for you.
Well, no. I mean, like, it is. Well, I'm so sorry, by the way, if about this turn of the stream. It's just, yeah, and
I mean, we would talk about heavy-handed subjects in this stream, and it's important that we do because we need to understand each other better. Like, that's the only way we will learn from things, and to actually understand the lived realities that some people live with. And I think for a lot of people, it's very easy to go, "Oh yeah, these terrible things exist," but they don't actually realize the scope or how much it affects things. Like, it's very, very strange to try and convey sometimes to people the extent of the abuse you can face by being LGBT or like disabled or any of those things. And obviously you have another layer to it. You know, the xenophobia in the UK, like, that's awful. You know.
I know.
Oh, there's a plenty on the screen.
No. I'm yeah. So I'm so sorry. I was paying attention, and then Kitty.
It's fine. I have ADHD.
She's absolutely raging. She's like, "I can't believe I've been caught." She was like so desperate not to be caught.
But was she making noise or something?
No, she's just she's like, she does this thing where, like, if I hold her like a baby and like kind of like swaddle her, she'll put her paws like directly up to my chin. She'll be like, "No," and now she's sitting facing the other way in a huff. She's raging.
But yeah, no. Just want to say, by the way, as a person of color, thank you for being great allies. It means a lot. I feel like I want to bring in some hilarious stuff about like so. I try to use humor to talk about the racist stuff, that the awkward racist elements. If you get what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, which obviously doesn't work out for the other person, but the stream, the chat already probably know about this, but there was one time when I was trying to register for a GP. Obviously, I knows about it. I don't know if you know about this, Joy.
I don't think I do.
Oh boy. Oh yeah.
Am I in for a ride?
I mean, oh me baby. Yeah. So I was me and my fiance at the time. So me and Emily, we moved to a new place, and we were registering over to the GP. So Emily at the time was still like a student at this was back in Glasgow, and we were just and Emily just got like her application, got her form, that the usual form that she was writing down. Just want to point out here, Emily is white and white and an English person from the southeast of England, so not posh, by the way, but she had to go to enunciation classes. Thank you, Toryland. So yeah, so when it came to my turn, we the receptionist looked at me, and she went, "Oh, are you a student?" And it's like, no. And I have my British passport, holding it right in front of her. You know, proper proper coat of arms and stuff in front of her, and she basically handed me a different form, and she went, we need confirmation from your employer that you are working in this country, we also need a visa and all that kind of stuff. And I have waved it at her, saying, even with a British passport, and she went, yes. And whilst I was filling out, just a little, started to fill it out, she then suddenly clocked on and went, wait, British passport? And it's like, yeah. Then she snatched the form away from me, gave me the same form that Emily has, and we had an awkward stare off. And she went, yeah, I just like, and I just went, yeah, okay. And she went, no, I mean, it's just like, and I kind of just eventually just went, okay, just stop. And walked away and sat down at the wing rooms to just like fill it out. And and when we came back, she got her colleague to actually take my form. She couldn't even look at me for a long time.
She just accidentally committed a hate crime without thinking about it.
Yeah, I was just like, oh shit. It's like, oh my god.
I mean, that was the thing that we were kind of talking about earlier with the stuff that was coming out of Buckingham Palace. This week.
Oh, where are you from? Fuck off.
Yeah, where are you really from? It's like, for fuck's sake, how do you get to like that? How do you get to that age? How do you get to that age in that role and like not fucking get it? It baffles me.
I guess the role is the problem.
Yeah.
The role is the problem. It's not the age, it's the role that she's in. It's just such a upper echelon of privilege that it's still acceptable to act as though it's 1950s, and it wasn't even acceptable then. It was just called, you know. But yeah.
Can I add my own swing on this? When I started reading that, I literally started thinking about a taxi rank that is back in my hometown in Northern Ireland, because unfortunately, that is one of the many questions that, well, strangely enough, this was actually pointed over to a Romanian lady, and yeah, I think it's just because like when they asked me, they kind of just I looked at them. It's like, are you serious, right? And when they heard me just speaking, they just went, oh, okay. Unfortunately, that's what I started thinking of. But I think what shocked me a little bit was, okay, right, Lady Hussey, is she, or
Mm-hmm.
Madam Hussey,
I
or
think it's lady because she was a lady in waiting.
Yeah,
wait
and
a
it's really
second
funny.
here.
Her husband's called like Marmaduke or some shit like that.
Okay, right.
Which I'm
So
sorry, but nobody should be called Marmaduke. That's just such a fake name.
You sure there's nothing to do with marmalade?
No, no,
Marmaduke's a real name.
Marmaduke's a real name.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, for fuck.
It's a very, very Tory name, but it's a real name.
Oh my
yeah.
god. Like, oh god. So
What if he's an
what?
actual duke? Yeah, but that's fair. Okay, yeah.
Oh no. I think what struck me is Duke Marmaduke. Oh my good god. I think what struck me was now in the Chinese community and Hong Kong community. I want to add in here that so there's a concept about like saving face. The face is like how you conduct yourself because you represent not only just yourself, you represent your family, and therefore, and basically, how your family rate, raised you, how to be conduct, how the conduct and everything, and that actually makes a lot on the part of like our community interactions. I'm not saying that this is now. I'm saying this from experience. I'm not saying that as someone from like this sort of community leader or something like that. I'm saying that mostly from experience about it. When and to see that, I think my inner sort of traditional Chinese mum voice, and I mean it's my mum's voice because because she's the one that basically told me, oh, you must not do this, or rich people don't do that, or rich people don't do this, and all kind of stuff. Like honestly, it's like or intelligent people don't do this. It's like that. So on my western side, considering I was born here, on my western side is just like, yeah, she's being an arrogant cunt. But on my inner sort of ethnicity, on my inner sort of ethnicity side is like, how you've got all these resources, you've got all these things. You've got all the money and all that kind of stuff to educate yourself that you should not be saying this, and yet you're saying this. So there's always that part where I cannot, where I sometimes just go, I cannot understand, but then my Western part is saying like, yeah, I can understand.
It just feels like willful ignorance a lot of the time when you have that level of privilege and access to education and you don't use any of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, nothing more clear than the kind of Etonian, uber wealthy private school crowd. I believe Sky and a lovely scientist are going to be joining us.
You're getting kicked off.
No, I think it's I don't know how many were allowed in. I'm not sure how many mods are allowed in. What?
I think it was Lego said it was 3 earlier.
Oh,
right,
okay, right.
No worries. I'll jump. I'll jump off.
No,
please let me jump off. I'll go for a fucking nap. No, I'll be there. But
I'll come back at a different time then.
No, that's cool.
I'm still kicking around. I can always come back as well. But yeah, just whenever. And everyone wants to have their say in the chat as well. So it's good to have more people.
That's absolutely fine. I will jump to the loo actually just before we get folk. Or if you want, you can just add them in and we'll
have a brief chat while you're in the loo. That we can do it that way, and then we'll take over briefly.
Yeah, let's do it that way. All right, cool. Sound.
Are we not supposed to get kicked off?
I'm not sure what's happening. I think we are welcoming other people in whilst I goes to the bathroom. It's our time to just take over the stream. We own it now.
Yeah. I'm so sorry. I'm just like I got like 2 hours sleep, and I'm trying to think of something, and it's like, oh, I just can't. Cats. Conquest. I came. I saw. I stole your stream. Yeah.
I mean,
I,
I'm lucky. I'm over here in Minnesota just now. I moved over here 10 years ago, so I'm on the opposite end of the timeline. So I'm doing not bad at the minute. I'm keeping eye company through the night. I've just been told I've been left in charge, so good. I love the fact that I've been left in charge and I have no control over anything. But yes, send people in. Come on. Let the chaos happen. Hello.
hello.
Howdy.
Oh, I think I heard Sky. I don't think I heard Lovely Scientist.
Oh no. Apparently there was some problems with Lovely Scientist's audio earlier.
You're also very, very quiet, more so than
I'm
usual.
always very, very quiet.
That's true.
I think I need to sort out like the volume and stuff. So yeah. So maybe, but that sucks.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, there you are.
Oh wait, yeah, we hear you.
We hear you.
We hear you. We hear you.
Okay.
There's life on the
Okay.
street. It's been a while. I don't think I've spoken to you properly since we were watching movies that one night. Lovely Scientist.
No, I
Yeah.
don't think so.
For anyone in the chat, we totally legally watch movies together sometimes.
Completely ethically.
Yep.
Completely ethically. It was ethical because we had fun.
It was. That's a fun tip for you all. As long as you had fun, it was legal. will not hold up in court.
Well, I don't know why, if bullies can use that excuse, we can't use it,
That's true.
you know? So,
I'm just
We-
getting wrapped up in my nice slanky.
Absolutely
we
exhausted.
love a nice blanket.
I've been enjoying an Udi since I recommended them.
Udis are so comfortable. I love them.
Yeah.
Are they like how much do they cost? Like, cause
I don't know off the top of my head, but I know I has a discount code somewhere that he uses. But they're worth it to me because they last and they wash really well.
On
So
the Udi
how
that's how
long-
I justify it.
On the Udi website, the first word is joy in all capital letters for Christmas.
Not associated, not affiliated. Uh,
How long are they?
I think you can get them in different sizes.
Okay.
oh my
The one I
god.
have is long enough. You can be in a wheelchair and it's warm enough. You can cover your legs with mine.
Nice.
But I'm also 5 foot, so keep that in mind. I am
You're
hobbit
5
size.
foot?
I'm 5 foot. Yeah.
Oh,
£25 off on Udis. Oh my god. Yes. Yes.
That's
Joy,
Sarah's
you have,
winter sorted.
you have much taller energy.
I know I do. It's all the compressed rage, darling. It's that's what everyone says. But they meet me for the first time and they look down and they're like, "Huh, you felt taller." And I'm like, "Yes, thank you." It's the anger that keeps me going.
My chat gives me the same thing when like you have tall person energy. I'm like I'm 5'7". I am comparably average.
You're the same height as Mothman.
I'm the
So
same height
that's,
as AyeforScotland.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm kind of confused. There's so much variety right here. I'm just going like, shop Udis. Yeah, there we go. Not shop sleep.
The sleep stuff's nice too, but the Udis are nice and warm.
Yeah, indeed. Honestly, it's just cause like for especially when I'm working from home. So it's just like, yeah. Oh, black Udis. Ship on fit. Damn it! No.
I have the navy blue one for reference. I don't know
Does
I
it-
like that this-
if that
I've
affects
been
your
left in
decision at
charge,
all.
and it's just descended into an Udi stream.
We want to be comfy.
I'm just doing Eye's marketing for him while he's in the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
I think
What's
that's
happening?
excellent.
I've been directing everyone to your Udi link.
We're buying Udis.
Oh, we all buying hoodies, are we?
We're all cool.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm buying Udis.
I don't even know where
I-
mine is.
I don't even.
Like,
I didn't
Aoife-
know that
Aoife
there's a
had claimed
discount
it.
code.
Oh, they make a weighted blanket.
Yeah,
They do.
And the code
Oh.
works on the weighted blankets as well. I did check.
But also consider donating to Galop.
Yeah, please donate to
Feel like
Gallup
I-
first.
No,
Just remember
Galop
that.
first, yes.
Okay, right. First of all, I've I've donated to Gallup after I made those requests for you to eat vomit and all that kind of stuff. I think I donated like in the sum of what now 80 quid, which I could have actually bought for one hoodie. But you know what? Yeah,
But-
this is for
but-
Gallup.
But feeding me horrible jelly beans was way, way more worth it. So
The laughter of that keeps you warm for longer.
yeah, it's either that or my body convulsing at like how fucking horrible all the jelly beans are. I honestly, I almost want to I want to mail each of you one of the rotten egg ones. Like, I feel like I should.
You're fine.
You can't with me because I'll have anaphylaxis, but I'll give it to Moth.
I was gonna say that would just make it worse.
I was gonna say you and I need to meet up at some point and get a coffee anyway, so I feel like I'm gonna get punished for this.
It's like
I'm so glad I have not met you in person. So
we-
it's just
we-
like, no, I'm safe.
we sit down, Sky, and I just slide you a rotten egg jelly bean.
It's like the
Mhm.
Matrix. You give me a choice of either a coffee or a rotten egg jelly bean.
It sounds like something out of Goncharov.
We're not,
Oh,
no,
no.
There it is.
we're not bringing that up.
I had to. I feel
Sorry.
like Joy's Joy's feed has been marred with Goncharov crap for forever.
The only thing on I've stopped actually checking my dashboard because it is I have it filtered and blocked, so all I see is this post contains all I see is the tag. This post contains it. I have nothing else on my dash. Just a warning sign that I can click it if I want to see it. And I'm like, I'm just not gonna view my dash.
That's fair.
We are not giving my dog the rotten egg.
Oh no.
By the
Eggs are
way,
her favorite. You are not betraying her with a rotten egg jelly bean.
I'm so sorry. I did it all because basically I just saw the cutest Udi pillow. It's like a toast and avocado.
Oh, I've seen that one before.
You should see some of the models they get for their pajamas.
Okay. Wondering where this is going.
The joke was my modelling picture of me in the pajamas. That was
With your feet
Oh.
on.
yeah. I was
Yeah, with feet out.
I was kind of hoping you would all get that immediately, but no. Instead, it just looks like I'm weirdly turned on by all of the Udi models. Thanks, guys.
Well, you were referencing your own thirst trap, so you know.
Yeah. Well, someone's got to do it. Someone's got to. What's the goal for feet pics? Oh, that's terms of service violation. But yes.
Not if you post it on Tumblr.
Yeah.
You can put it in the mature tag and just really confuse the new algorithm.
Do we Tumblr nowadays? Because I still use Tumblr, but only just to watch.
Sorry, Tumblr's the best
We live
social
on
media.
Tumblr.
Yeah, Tumblr's the best social media app. It's just the
And it
truth.
sometimes
I
works.
use Tumblr. I use Tumblr all the time.
It's better than Twitter, isn't it?
It is.
Oh yeah.
It's
I
got
saw
bet-
that Tristan
is.
tagged me in a Twitter thing at the minute, and I saw it in the chat, and I was just like, I know this is going to be bullshit. And I was right. Tristan's just trying to inflict pain on me with the writer's tag on Twitter, because the writing community on Twitter's, some of it's nice, a lot of it's garbage.
Yeah. So I now normally use Twitter because I was following a fanfic ship, which is actually between. So this came from Supergirl, even though the show was absolutely shit. The actual characters I quite like. So it's a ship between Lena Luthor, so she's like Lex Luthor's sister, and Supergirl. So I tend to
Oh.
just. Oh, do you know
Yeah,
Supercore?
yeah, Supercore.
Yay!
Yeah.
This is just not a fandom stream.
It's also because
I'm just gonna mute myself and mute my headphones as well. See you in a bit, folks.
I'm so
Bye.
sorry.
No, it's fine.
I'm a classic Supergirl shipper, so I ship her with Barbara Gordon.
Ah.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm a multi-shipper. I can take anything or leave it, which is also true in real life. But
I do want to say that Supergirl has introduced me over to this fantastic trans actress, Nicole Maines, and
Mhm.
I have. Oh yes, and
Mhm.
she's mighty fine. I have to say, and I remember going onto her Twitter, and when she was calling it, like literally, she called out J.K. Rowling, and all of her fans were all of her freaking harem group tried to basically dox her and all that kind of stuff, and they went, "Who the F are you?" And it's kind of funny where they tried to do something, and they got totally drowned out by her support
Fans.
and fandom and everything else, because she was supported by big stars and all. So it's just like, oh crap, we can't do anything. So yeah.
Mhm. I tend to get involved in I don't get involved in the fandoms, but I see friends who love a particular ship or fandom or something so much. So then I get curious and I poke it and see if I like it too.
And then you fall in.
I do. I do, actually. I do. My entire introduction to the modern internet was stupidring.com. Back in, I don't know, 2003 or something.
That vaguely rings a bell for me. Yeah, I think I was maybe. Don't ask me how old I was. I can't do math at this time of night.
I do also have to. Oh, you go on ahead. Sorry.
No, you go.
Thank you very much. Oh god, no, I completely forgot. No, you go on ahead. I absolutely completely forgot.
Oh, okay.
Once I remember, then yeah.
Yes, just jump in. So, yes, I didn't make it to the first 2 Lord of the Rings movies to the theaters because I was working night shift, and I slept all day, and I couldn't be arsed. And then for the third one, I had injured my foot at work, and I couldn't do anything. And so I must have seen Return of the King 14 or 15 times in the theater.
Yes.
Because, it was something you could do without too much walking. And
Sorry, go on.
something made me curious, and I had a brand new to me computer, and I went looking and found a stupid ring, which eventually took me to LiveJournal. And I've never surfaced really since then.
Yeah.
It's been great.
I figured out.
Great.
I figured out actually what I'm about to say. So the reason why I'm sort of firsting on Supercore is because of the actresses. Mainly, I completely forgot of Katie McGrath. So it took me a while to suss her out, but it's just like, oh, you're the person that played Morgana from
Yes,
Right.
Marilyn.
Yes.
From Maryland. Yes, and I'm just going like, oh my god, and you're even hotter now than before.
Yes, she grew into it.
Oh yeah, she grew into it. She is now, from what I last heard, she is actually going to be playing as the adjudicator in the new spin-off of John Wick.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah.
Oh, the Continental series.
Yes.
Interesting. Okay. I did not think I would like John Wick at all, and all I can say is, where's number 4?
It's I think it's on. It is. It's filmed, isn't it? It's been done.
Yeah.
Or,
Yeah. Yeah.
I think we're
Dude.
just anxiously waiting now. I'm looking forward to it. Keanu
Yeah,
Reeves does
me
a good
too.
job with it. It's the schlockiest like fight film ever. One of my favourite scenes is the one in like I think they're going through like a train station, and like they're both shooting each other with like silencers, but in a way that it's like, this is not
Not
how...
at all how silence works.
It's like this is not how guns or silencers work.
Fun fact about that film series.
Yeah.
Zdarsky, the director, was Keanu Reeves' stunt double on The Matrix, which he got due to his prominent role taking over from Brandon Lee after he sadly passed away while filming The Crow.
Oh my goodness.
Brandon Lee, is he not like the son of Bruce Lee?
Yes, he was.
Yes.
Ah.
The Crow is my favorite movie. If you look at me in any capacity, you figure out that The Crow is my favorite movie in about 5 minutes.
Are we
That's
That's
supposed to
something
get
I would
kicked?
love to watch with someone.
The Crow.
Are we?
Yeah. Yeah.
Sky should do a watch
haven't-
party.
Guys,
I haven't
might
watched
do a
it for
watch party
years
one day.
because I was so sad.
Are we supposed to get kicked off?
No.
We can do.
Yeah, if you want. I mean, I'm not keeping you here against your will. Yeah.
No. I just don't want to disrupt the whole thing of the stream likes, but
Oh, it's
what-
absolutely. I mean, like, okay. I think we've all accepted this is like the twilight hours of the stream, right? Like,
yeah.
this is cool to just hang and chat. Tristan, if you want to join as well, I know that you were keen to jump back in. So like, feel free to do that. And we'll just hang.
Yeah, these are we're the people who work at night in the library shelving the books.
Yes.
God, that's my dream job.
Nonsense like that.
I'm gonna be drifting in and out of like meaningful consciousness. Like, feel free to chat around me and completely ignore me. That's is what I'm used
can
to on
do
all my
that.
it's what I'm used to on all my other streams anyway. But no, it's just that, like, obviously, like, the chat here is really good. So I want to give space for that if people want to just have good conversations, and I'll chime in with a witty one-liner because that's what I'm good for.
There you go.
Is it wrong for me to actually can I ask chat, what should I buy for an hoodie? Should I buy the corgi hoodie, or should I buy... I'm torn in between actually several hoodies right here, but should I buy a corgi hoodie, or should I buy the garlic bread hoodie?
We can put it to a poll.
It depends on how cozy versus hungry you want to be while you're wearing it.
I mean, I would like to eat garlic bread in a garlic bread hoodie, to be honest. That'd be
Hold on. Let me... Actually, is it the garlic bread hoodie that I want? Hold on, sorry.
Oh, I already made the poll.
Oh shit, I'm sorry.
I have some leftover mod power from the last stream, so...
Okay. Corgi or garlic bread hoodie.
Oh, we must have different ones available depending on where we are.
They are grouped for US versus UK, I believe.
Yeah. So in the US, I'm not seeing either of those.
It's incredibly
So I can't tell you.
Because I was gonna go for like an alien one when I was getting the pajama set, and then they were like, "No, that's not available," and I was like, "But I want the alien one." And they were like, "No." So I ended up getting the one that... No, wait, hold on, no. I was going to get the dinosaur one, sorry, and then I ended up getting the alien one. I've got the alien one. Sorry, that was the most fucking useless addition to that conversation.
You know, Aura Scala is one of the most aptly named people.
Yeah. Because then you can... I'm so glad you didn't say while you get bread and you just removed the A and just like... I thought you were building up to that. Yeah, can't spell AyeforScotland without Rascal. You're quite right.
Oh, I loved Winona Earp.
Oh, I love way hot.
No, thank you.
Yeah, way hot. Yeah, that's a shipping name, by the way. So it's between the sexy lesbian sheriff and the actually, you know what? I'm just took a look at the at the garlic bread hoodie, and I just think, actually, nah. I know that the poll's saying like, oh, get the garlic bread hoodie. I saw the corgi hoodie and the Dachshund hoodie. So I'm so sorry we put it to the poll.
Well, I would say corgi, just because corgis are so adorable.
I also voted corgi.
Corgi all the way.
You know.
I love democracy.
Right, democracy. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's gonna get rigged.
Just like British politics.
Oh boy.
Oh no. So does that mean that?
I'm not doing Carl's bread. No, crap that.
Well, I'm sure shit not doing avocado toast. You know? Somebody will see that and say, well, if you just didn't eat so much avocado toast.
Well, it's right. Millennials,
Build a
if they cut back on avocado toast, they could afford a mortgage.
It's just like...
Exactly.
Yeah, it's like cancel
It's
Netflix.
for my generation now.
Cancel
Right.
Netflix, yeah.
You know,
Right.
there's a reason why I changed. There's another reason why I changed my Twitter handle to a tofu, and it's because of freaking Suella Braverman's speech on bloody fucking tofu. That was it, the tofu eating wokarati. And I think she said something about avocados or something like that. But I'm sorry, I do find it quite hilarious that Twitter and everyone else online just basically just went and descended on so many tofu memes.
Mm.
I don't remember when the biggest thing in like British politics was that Piers Morgan didn't like the vegan sausage roll. Those were the fucking days.
Simpler
Wasn't that-
times.
I was going to say, wasn't that round the time that David Cameron was like balls deep in a pig?
He was.
Oh my god.
Oh, right, okay. Oh, so that crossed the line. I'm still trying to figure out, everyone in chat, I'm just still trying to figure out where the line is. No one's told me where the line is yet.
What
God.
line?
Yeah.
I just
think
need to
the
call
line
it
is-
Tristan real quick. Because
What?
he made me check I need to call it Tristan real quick. He made me check Twitter, and now I've been exposed to biphobia against Jaskier.
Oh, for
I'm
fuck's
angry
sake.
now.
Well, that's just
Twitter.
That's just wrong.
There's all these people going, ew, Jaskier would never be bi. Please, Joey Beatty's been playing him as sexually ambiguous since day one.
Could
Indeed.
you? I mean, my gaydar or bidar or LGBTQ plus dar, whatever sort of name.
Queerdar.
Queerdar. There we go. My queerdar may be off, but that is like, come on.
It's all the people. Joey Beatty's doing an interview where they talk about how season 3 focuses a little bit more on him, like ever so slightly. And they were talking about how he gets romantic liaisons on screen, which could mean anything. Most likely it means he makes out with a duchess or something. I mean, I would love it if it was Yennefer, but I know it's not going to happen in my little shipper heart. But then it's just like, oh, they might make him bi, and then there's just people complaining that they might make Jaskier bi. And I'm like, I'm sorry, you hate good things. Who hurt you? that you feel the need to be this shitty.
Yeah, you need to go
Anyway.
Yeah. It seems like I'm getting swapped out for Tristan. Right. I am so sorry. I have butchered your name. I'm so sorry. But yeah. Yeah, that's
It's
cool.
lovely to meet you, Sarah.
Lovely
Oh.
to. Yeah, it's lovely to meet you too, all of yous, and well, speak to you and all. But at least can I get back in like later on?
Go for
well,
a nap and come back.
yeah, make sure you're well rested. We will have other speakers on later on in the morning, but we'll try and fit as many people in as we can.
Yeah, that's no problem. Right.
Thanks very
I
much,
still
Sarah.
got like 6 hours. You're good. Sorry, I had to do it.
Oh, well,
I wouldn't mind-
we're on the 17th hour now, so...
I wouldn't
Actually, yeah, you've got
mind.
7 hours.
It would be nice for me to be on stream with Tristan. Yeah. So I'm. It would
I
be
could
nice.
drop out.
No. It was no. You stay. I can go. But yeah. Okay. Right.
Rotate.
Peace,
Okay.
We'll rotate in and out. That's what we're here for.
Yeah, it's all
Peace
good.
out. Peace out.
See you in a bit. Where the fuck is the where is the single male? What the fuck? Where is... So
That sounds
hold
like
on.
me on a night out in Glasgow.
Right, hold on. Have I got...
Same.
Right, hold on. So... Right, so one single fertile female acquired.
Hi, Tristan.
That was weird.
That's a weird thing to come into.
Yeah, sorry. I'm trying to fucking like for some reason I think there's been like a muck up with my silly clan shit. So one's
It
pregnant.
sounded a little bit like a line from Crucifix Nail Nipples. That.
Yeah. Single.
No, that would be
fertile
an omega.
female.
That would be an alpha omega story.
It's definitely
Oh,
like
the Omega.
saying.
Oh, that part,
watching the
mentioning
full-
alpha and omega is too much. Okay, that's the
Watching
line.
the
of happening.
full 3.5-hour explanation video on the Omegaverse was an experience for me.
Is
Was
that
that the one with Lindsay
the?
Ellis?
Yeah.
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 Yep.
I made a lot of people watch that with me. That was fun.
Has anyone seen H Bomber Guy's video on the Roblox oof?
Yes.
Yes.
Ah,
What the hell is Tommy Tellerico about? What the fuck?
Well, he's-
How?
he's
How?
just He's just a complete like those people exist everywhere. Like the serial liars who big themselves up and somehow get away with it and become prominent names before like the general public find out. They
I'm not-
exist everywhere. Everyone close to them knows who they are, but they don't want to be part of the drama.
Yeah, it is baffling though how like long that's gone on for. I mean, like there was obviously there was
even on Cribs.
Well,
like I think to be honest, that is like the funniest. Like that's when it goes to like next level to like just straight up lie about being on like Cribs, and then it is how do you get to that stage? I don't know. It's just fascinating.
well, we had Richard Nixon for president.
We have Elon Musk buying Twitter. They're all the same people.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, there was a great TikTok trend that was this morning. God, time moves weirdly when it's 5 a.m.
What the hell is this morning?
Sorry, yesterday morning, and it was talking. Someone basically went on a rant about this divorced dad who doesn't see his kids anymore and is taking it out of the world because he's incredibly rich and he's just destroying everything. And someone just just stitched it with like 10 different faces of various people who fit that exact description, of which Elon Musk is only one.
Oh, that sounds great, actually.
There's just divorced dad destroying the world out of spite energy.
Oh god. I did see there was like a really good summary of like the how. I'm gonna see if I can find it because it was really good. It was like someone who like basically broke down like Elon Musk and like the cult of personality surrounding him, and like the sort of people who like follow him.
Elon Musk is what an unintelligent person assumes a smart person is like. Which is why actual engineers want him to fuck off.
He's the absolute. Oh, I only use logic. Kind of like he's that level of douche canoe. Where he will argue with you vehemently that he only uses logic, and therefore, because you are emotional with him, you have lost. Meanwhile, there's engineers that are giving him sheets of paper and some crayons, and just being like, "Yes, you're an engineer. You're doing stuff. Good job, buddy."
You
Like,
personally designed the first ever electric car.
There's a spectrum of people on the intellectual superiority complex line, where Elon Musk is at one end of it, which is has an intellectual superiority complex, is not in any way intellectual. And on the other end of that scale is Richard Dawkins, who is very intelligent, but still has an intellectual superiority complex, which makes him a complete douche.
Yep.
That's very true.
I love the brief trend of people retweeting all of Richard Dawkins' weird tweets from like 5 years ago.
It's just having shower thoughts on Twitter, but also he's like a incredibly well-renowned scientist, so people take them seriously.
It's
I
funny.
can hear Mothman laughing in the kitchen, by the way. For whatever reason that took him out.
Like, I'm not gonna lie. I sometimes like really get surprised when I hear Richard Dawkins' name in passing, because it's like that to me is 100% like a name that I have just packaged away in my edgy like 2013 atheist phase.
Oh yeah,
like
I have to admit, being fully that teenage atheist edgelord.
Were you like? Did you go so far as being like the God Delusion reader and?
Oh yeah,
My mum gave me that for Christmas one year.
Yeah, it's like...
and I have no idea why. She was just like, "It seems like something you'd be interested in." I was like, "Thanks."
You're godless, aren't you?
Pretty much.
And you were just like, well, yeah.
I think she thought it was better than the heathenism that she thought that was happening. She was like, "Oh, it's better than witchcraft," and I'm like, "Is it really?"
Little did she know that was the start of what led to vampire romance novelist.
It's kind of scary to think that if a few of us were like a couple years younger, we would have definitely gone down the armored skeptic to like far right radical hole of YouTube that was 2017 YouTube.
I was close. There were some guys in my year group who went down that way, and one of them is now in prison.
Oh,
because
that's
he went
conclusion to that story.
Yeah, he went so far internet edgelord trying to seem cooler than he was on Twitter that he went full Islamic terrorist out of like some kind of irony trolling. But what actually happened was he ended up being raided and people finding like bomb making instructions in his house, which he was distributing as part of this ironic edgelord thing he was doing on Reddit. And he ended up being imprisoned as a Islamic terrorist, all because of a troll attempt gone wildly out of control.
Just the memes. That's just
fucking hell.
went to jail for the memes.
Oh my god.
I mean, it's scary the level of radicalization that happens. My brother is ever so slightly older than you, and he's also very.
Why am I the litmus test for age in the...
You are for me, because you're the youngest person I know.
That's correct. You know me.
That's true. That's true. But my brother's also very physically disabled, and he came out somehow he voted for David Cameron, and he also believes in like how a lot of people are not actually disabled and they're fakers, and I'm like, you realize these people are talking about you. You realize that. But it's in his head, it's in his head, and I've been slowly trying to de-radicalize him from 4,000 miles away, one phone call at a time. But it's scary how suggestible some people can be to that sort of thing.
Well, it's the problem is that during like our teenage years, I mean, I'm a fair bit older than I, but the same kind of forums I'm sure I was on in my late teens, you were on in your early teens,
Yeah.
pre-Twitter, where people would kind of end up being siloed into groups of people who they were trying to impress as teenagers because they didn't fit in at school, and as a result would end up like acting out in the same way that their school bullies did. But the way to do that online would be just by getting increasingly edgelordy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that exact process has now happened to like middle-aged and boomer parents on Facebook groups.
Yeah,
Because
it's
Yeah. Hey.
Facebook groups are just the new version of like mid 2000s gaming forums.
Absolutely. It's creepy.
it's so weird to me because it's all
Cyprus.
the. Sorry, Scott, I'm talking over you.
It's okay, I was just gonna say, who knew that a site for rating the attractiveness of women in college would become a horrible, horrible place?
I know. What a surprise.
To me,
I had
it's so
guy-
weird that it's the parents that all warned us about stranger danger online and not believing everybody, and they've just fully drank
Yeah.
the Kool-Aid with Facebook. And I'm like, are you for real?
Some
Like,
guy called Frank says that aliens are like replaced Biden as president.
Oh,
It's
it's
like,
really
oh, yeah.
insane, the stuff that
I
comes
would-
away with it. Yeah.
The Social Network is the only good like social network film that exists, and the main error it makes is pretending that Mark Zuckerberg was in any way like cool or serious.
Yeah.
I legitimately
Right.
think though one of the issues with like right wing politics and trying to de-radicalize people is the right wing political spectrum very much presents things as like, to some extent, everything is currently fine, but it will become bad unless we stop the leftists. Whereas the left wing spectrum is like, hey, everything is actually shit. Like, here is proof of that. We do have to do something about this. So it's much more easier to convince someone to just do nothing than to convince someone to do something.
Yeah,
That was my
makes
political
sense.
intake.
Yeah. Sorry, it is 5 o'clock in the morning. I am a corpse walking.
I like being the coherent one in our duo.
It's like, uh-huh.
Whenever you want to impress your friends around just make him sleep deprived first.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Right,
This
hold
is
on.
my favourite streamer friend. Look how much of an idiot he is. Aren't I great in comparison?
Yep,
It's just me every week. That's me every week on the iSphere. I just wait and see how sleep deprived I is, and then I
No,
sound really
hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Right, 1 second here. This is not a bully circle. Right?
No.
Get it.
No, I'm
No.
not having it.
This
I'm
is
not
why
having
Chandra
it.
was trying to limit it to 3 people in the chat at one
Oh,
given
yeah,
time.
now I see. And you know what? In my sleep for fuck's sake, sleep deprived state.
Yep.
I actually overrid that rule of 2 people, and they were actually just trying to protect me from myself. So yeah.
I have a question for Joy and Tristan, since they're both here.
Cool.
How the fuck do you write a book? I'm still trying to write the book from the last stream that we were on.
Well, you see we've gone dramatically different approaches to that, which is Joy managed to create an entire band of people in a community on Tumblr who would basically peer pressure her into finishing the book.
Pretty much, yeah.
And I gave up and instead wrote like mini books and just threw them out there because writing a novel was too hard.
Either way, there's a lot of screaming and crying involved. That's key to the process of any part of it.
I am currently in a long email argument with Ingram Spark because they won't republish my books.
Fucking Ingram.
After I
could
paid
bitch
them.
you about Ingram Spark for hours. I'm in a debate with them right now because they won't refund me for quite a chunk of money.
Yep, I'm doing exactly the same.
Since the pandemic hit, And it sucks as well because they have a major monopoly on not just indie pub, but they're also the main one for a lot of trad publishers because they also have Lightning Source in the UK, and their quality control has gone to shit. They've got rid of all their customer. There's no number you can phone anymore. It's all email, and it's all, we'll get back to you within 48 hours. Fucking month since the last time I heard from them.
I use them to try and get off KDP because forcing everyone who wanted to get my books to go via Amazon felt seedy.
Yes.
Come to me, read my books. They're all about like bigging up the culture that I want to be part of. Whilst you do that, help to destroy the indie publishing scene that helps give that culture life.
Yeah.
Sorry, the only thing I'm going to point out there is you say want to be part of, you are part of.
You
so
are part of.
Shut up. Just thought I'd flag that in.
Thank you, and so I went with Income Spark, and then just KDP is so much easier to work with.
Draft to digital, their paperback function is coming out of beta in 2023. You do not get as much profit, but it is a way of avoiding Ingram and KDP.
Sorry, coming out of who?
Draft to digital, the paperback's been in beta for the last 2 years, I think. But they're now offering mass distribution the same as Ingram.
Oh, thank fuck.
Your royalties aren't as good, but it means you can avoid the problematic players in the game if you want to without going through a vanity publisher. So in
answer to Sky's question, either create a collective online who will peer pressure you into finishing, or give up and just publish literally anything you got written down.
I just left halfway through this conversation, by the way.
I think this may be part of the problem, Sky. I think that may be part of the problem.
Thank you, Tundra. Please do peer pressure me. I need someone to.
Can the iStream chat please confirm that they are happy to peer pressure Sky into finishing his work? We've got Katie has agreed. Congratulations. Step one in the right direction.
I'll do it.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I bullied someone into making something.
Yeah, we've got a peer pressure collective growing.
Woo!
Yeah.
It's very
I have
motivating.
ADHD, I
It
can't
is
do
very
anything without
motivating, I
deadlines.
will say that.
I need deadlines. I can't do anything without them.
Oh yeah, I set myself deadlines by putting myself under far too much pressure by getting in touch with my Scots language consultant and my editor, organising when they'll get to the drafts before I finish the drafts.
Nice.
And that gives me, it's like, oh, congratulations, I've written half the book. I've now got 6 weeks to finish it, or I'm going to give them an unfinished piece of work and it will go to shit.
Yeah, I used to do that, and then I broke this. So the thing about with me with ADHD is stress is a rubber band that will eventually snap if you do that too often. And I hit peak burnout in the exact middle of editing the first book. And I had to drag myself screaming and crying with the help of my editors across the finish line. Like, I was in full-on ADHD burnout, which is quite dangerous because a lot of people that don't realize they have, that the ADHD burnout, which comes with a heaping dose of usually something like rejection, sensitive dysphoria. It was the worst experience of my life, and the previous year I almost died. So that was like, it was like, oh, this is actually worse. This is a worse stressful experience. So now I live without deadlines. I set myself many daily goals, and I see how close it takes me to the finish line, and I'll be nice and surprised when the book gets done. And then I can just hand it over to my editors and go, there you go.
Is this another step towards your eventual progress towards hippie in the middle of nowhere life?
Pretty much, yeah. One of these days my editors are going to get a manuscript via Raven, and that's going to be outreach throughout.
That's very you, though. The amount of time... I don't know how it happened, incidentally, because I was simul-reading and listening to Hunger Pangs So I was listening on the audiobook and reading along because I'm dyslexic as well. And the amount of times I was like, oh, I'll just listen to some Hunger Pangs while I'm at the shop or in the gym, and this is a sex scene, and now I just have to stand here and listen to this.
It's a good thing you did it in the age of wearing masks. I will say that.
Yep, I was
Yep.
very red. I'm also ace, so it's like,
I have a friend who was, I don't know if you're in here, Max, but they were driving to their cardiology appointment to get their blood pressure checked, and they were listening to it in the car before they got out, and their blood pressure was so high they got put on medication. But they're like, I don't know if I need it. I was listening to erotica before I came in, so it could just be that. So that's my claim. I write erotica so hot it puts people on blood pressure medication.
that's going on the back of the next book, right?
It
Oh,
is. It's going in the
it
reviews.
has to.
It
That
is.
needs to be a tagline at the top of your Tumblr. Come on.
I have a bunch of stuff planned for when Pride and Folly's closer to being done, and it's mostly just shit posts of the nice things people have said. So that's the way I'm going with promo.
Sorry, I checked my reviews earlier because as a author who enjoys torturing themselves, I do read all my reviews.
I do not.
And the most recent one ends with the line, "I need to read the next book. I cannot escape."
Is it like a Saw situation? Like they can't
It's actually Tristan's hostage in his basement.
It's the beta reader in
I
the basement.
cannot escape.
It makes me sound like I've captured ARC readers and I'm just forcing them to read my work.
Yeah, exactly.
That's not a bad idea, actually. Guaranteed reviews.
Oh man.
I mean, if doing that with, I can imagine, given the kind of content that your work's got in it, Joy, people might actually pay for that treatment for your work.
Probably not in my basement though. It's not a fun torture basement. It's
a torture
This
basement.
isn't OSHA violating torture.
It is. It's exactly what it is.
So I thought I'd bore you all with one of the snacks that I bought for the stream. It's called a Snickers triple treat, and it is supposed to try and emulate a Snickers, which is a perfectly good chocolate bar, but it does it with this kind of like veneer of being like a sport boost bar, and it is shit. It is terrible. Don't bother with it. Just buy a regular Snickers.
Speaking of you and food, I regularly quote you going, "I fucking love Monster Munch" from the beginning of your, I think, Edinburgh Underbelly video.
Yeah, I remember that. I do.
I don't know why, it's just become a regular thing in my house. I walk around going, "I fucking love Monster Munch."
Monster Munch is good. Do you get Monster Munch in the US?
And you
Never
get it
heard
in
of it.
you can get it in the British import store sometimes over here. And there's also an Irish store here that I don't know if I'm still in an active feud with them, but he was charging $5.99 for a litre bottle of Iron Brew. But you can sometimes get Monster Munch in there as well.
It amazes me there's such thing as a British import store. Like, what British cuisine has to export?
The blandest fucking spotted dick is the main thing.
Do you mean you've never fancied some jelly deals? Think of all
other
the
awful British food.
I mean, that's just...
I mean, it's a lot of it.
It's so funny too because you can buy clotted cream, but it's in like these tiny jars that are the size of like nail polish bottles, and that's the quantity they're selling like clotted cream.
Okay, someone's gonna have to help me out here because I am not an adult and I do not know what clotted cream is.
Oh, okay. I don't mind it. How do I
Sorry,
explain it?
Joy, that was the sigh of this kind of like almost maternal need to explain what clotted cream is.
I worked in the food industry for almost 15 years. I was in the food industry. I did culinary sciences long before I did editing. But it's you take like full heavy whipped cream and you put it in your oven and you slowly bake it, and whatever rises, you take the basically the clotted cream, and
It's the cream of the cream.
The cream of the cream. Yeah.
This is the worst dictionary definition ever. What is clotted cream? It is clotted cream.
So when it becomes clumps, it's not very sexy when you call it clumps, but it kind of, the heat makes it clump together as it rises, and it's very, very thick and fatty.
Okay,
and
challenge.
it's nice.
Joy,
Yeah.
as a best-selling erotic author, I want you to sell clotted cream to me in a sexy way.
Okay. Clotted cream is when you heat cream, double full whipped cream, and you heat it at a low temperature for a long, long time, and you get the richest, best, creamiest parts of the cream in there, and it rises to the top, and you can scoop it off, and you can spread it on your scone, and you bite into it, and it is the butteriest, most delicious thing you've ever had.
Or it
Well,
tastes
great.
fucking awful.
Now I'm streaming with an erection. What the fuck, Joy?
Couldn't you put it best? Clotted cream is slow burn cream.
It is slow burn cream. That is
I'm
exactly
sorry,
what it is.
I am clipping that. It has to be done.
Cream way too much.
Sorry.
We raised all this wonderful money for charity, and the thing that gets clipped is me describing cream erotically, followed by I saying he has an erection. I should have known this was how this was going to happen.
I had that
It's
shitty.
always us.
I had that shitty Snickers bar in my mouth as well when I fucking did it. I choked on it while I was laughing. Fuck's sake. Right. I'm going to that landmark. Not that anyone's paying attention to the fucking game anyway. I could,
Watching the whole time.
I could say I finished it like 3 hours ago, and people would be like, "Yeah, sure."
So,
You haven't had that
I'm
big
sorry.
spinny camera view that apparently means the end that you insisted I put in the video. So
Yeah. We'll get there.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure whether we're like improving or going backwards on the quality of the 5 a.m. or the chaos stream last time, because we've gone from sexy readings of Sky's fan fiction to
God.
sexy readings of clotted cream instructions.
that's an improvement.
What other dictionary definitions can we just really just go to town on?
You're just going to make me turn random words into erotica. This is what I went to university for.
It's just every single definition just includes the word creamiest, regardless of anything. Like
Better than moist.
Oh,
make
So someone explained the word moist to me in terms I could understand, and it's explained using the difference between the term moist and the term damp. In that a moist thing is meant to be moist, whereas a damp thing is not meant to be damp. They mean exactly the same thing, but the intention of the thing that is wet is different.
so
I still don't like it.
sorry. I'm sorry, but if like you know,
Yeah,
if-
exactly.
if-
A damp cloth is meant to be damp. You're making the cloth damp for some reason. If the so it's not meant to be damp. A cloth is not meant to be damp. It's supposed to be something that dries things. Whereas a like moist towelette is meant to be damp. If the towelette is not damp, is not moist, then it is not. I'm losing it.
well, the only counter I have to that is that Cardi B did not sing "moist ass pussy."
Which is saying, what? That's adding a different word. Also,
Yeah, she didn't sing damp ass pussy, so this is the winning argument.
The key difference to me between moist and damp is that you want a moist cake, you don't want a damp cake.
Exactly.
I love
But
how you're standing in front of a fucking waterfall.
just to pull back from that, like, is there anything that you would want damp or moist? Like moist is only ever applied
Moist
to cake.
cakes.
A
Yeah,
moist
no,
cake.
Yeah.
no. So moist is only ever applied to cake. I'm saying there's no other food that you go, oh, that's just fucking love this moist soup. Like,
Soil. You want soil to be moist, and you've eaten
Yeah.
dirt on this stream.
I have, yeah, in the form of a jelly bean though. So it's not been moist. It's been
Was
horrible.
it moist?
It wasn't. No. Some.
I need you to know Mothman is collapsing behind me. He's literally laughing so hard he's crying.
Good. Good.
I came in here with the intention of like maybe continuing the slight I guess opening up about abuse thing that we'd started,
God.
and this is much better.
No, spit it.
now we make I suffer instead.
This is like. It's interesting because like I feel you could have a conversation like this while you're steaming, or you could have a conversation like this at 5:30 in the fucking morning, and there's like no in between. Like
Yep.
that's it. You don't need to be steaming to have the conversation in the morning.
I don't know what my
Yeah,
excuse
that's
is. It's
fair.
only 11:30 p.m. This is just my default.
That's
setting
your
is my
default,
brain.
yeah.
You're just like
My
this.
default setting is 5 a.m. with no sleep.
This is how Joy got big on Tumblr. Is it's 5
Yes.
a.m. somewhere.
Crucifix nail nipples publish post.
fucking dragged for filth there. Thank you, Tristan.
Never ever getting to live down crucifix nail nipples. We'll
No, I
never
won't.
escape.
It's gonna be a
Is
fucking
there-
QR code in my tombstone.
Is there going to ever be a crucifix nail nipples Easter egg in Hunger Pangs?
No.
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 I
What
would
if
hope
Hunger
not.
Pangs ever gets made into a comic, can it be in one of the BDSM things just in the background?
In one
Someone
of Vlad's books, no.
Speaking of like cameos and features, one of my friends asked me to cameo them into my short stories, and like I had to explain to them that like most of the people in my short stories have miserable deaths. Like that would not be a way to treat a friend.
On the
See,
contrary,
I had
getting
to,
killed off would be an honor.
I had a lot of Patreon people. I had some people that were like, "Are there any villain characters you can make me into? I just want to get fucking killed." And I was like, "Sure, I can make that." Like I literally rewrote the entire end of the next book.
That is a kink.
So that it is. But you know what? They're on my Patreon. They're paying for it. That's.
I just assume that any crow in any media is a reference to me.
That's fair.
That
Oh
makes
wait,
sense.
Sky, have you read my work?
Yes, I have.
Because like,
Thank
do you
you.
think the entire thing is about you?
I do actually. Yes.
Ah.
It's a weird autobiography, but it's not the worst one I've had.
For context for listeners, the main character in my work is literally their title is a crow. So apparently that's just Sky. Sky is the main character of my work.
I live in Scotland. It's all appropriate.
Yeah. Are you deathly pale?
Yes.
Oh my god, it's all falling together.
Tristan, I'm a goth.
That's fair.
You've seen me. You know what I look like. You've seen pictures of me.
You've seen me. Where?
We follow each other on TikTok.
Shit. Sky's just been turning up in my life and I just haven't noticed.
Legitimately, for some reason, apparently every time I call my mum, she's like, "Oh, the crows have flocked outside." I'm like, "I know. You tell me this all the time."
And this is
Actually,
the
my
moment where we discover that one member of the stream has secret superpowers they have been hiding from everyone.
Legitimately, my Tumblr has become a wall of people seeing, mostly lovely scientist Tundra or my partner is seeing posts about crows and tagging me in it. And I'm like, "Yep."
But
That's not
I
bad
don't,
life.
I don't fully understand Tumblr because
Does anyone?
Neither do we.
I've been on it and it seems to be an entire site based on quote tweets. Functionally.
No,
Following the right
not
path.
at all.
No.
You're following the wrong
like,
people.
Like quote tweets don't like reblogs don't function the same as quote tweets. Like reblogs are for people who want to reword what you've said, like in your initial one, and then pass it off as their own content, and other people. Yeah, that's the two. The amount of times
I didn't
post-
understand a word of that.
Sorry,
I get
what
what
I'm
you were
saying
meaning. Yeah.
there's lots of times where I post something on Tumblr and then someone will like basically reword what I've said, and then like act as the interpreter for like other people who apparently can't read my words but can definitely read theirs.
Say
I
the
think-
same thing but worse, as though you didn't bring up the point. That happens to me all the time.
Why are you
Like,
all
guys
the
like
time.
trying to put me off Tumblr?
No, we're not. We're just saying that
This is the appeal of it.
yeah,
It's a PvP. It's it's PvP. It's warfare. It's a war zone. It's not if you're there for a passive playthrough. You are actively there fighting for your life every day, and that's part of the joy of it. But you can tell I've been there a long time.
It's you know,
Yeah,
I don't
The
use
silence
it
there,
that
lovely
way.
scientist, was fantastic. The long pause was just like, you know what? I actually can't think of a positive way to spin this.
Tumblr is quite literally what you make of it, though.
It is.
Yes,
Like,
exactly.
Because there's no algorithms, there's no real advertising opportunities anymore. Everything on the site has fallen apart or doesn't work at one point or another. It really is kind of It's Skyrim! It is
So-
the
It's
so-
Skyrim of
Bethesda. It's the
websites.
Bethesda of social media.
it's the Bethesda social media, but it's also it's more like Fallout 3.
So, I was
See,
trying to-
Skyrim's too lively.
I was trying to explain Tumblr to someone earlier, and I realized that I've just kind of inadvertently just wrapped it around in my mind. Because the way
That
I
makes
explained
sense.
it in the social media ecosystem is it's like Falkirk.
Yeah.
In that there's a whole community of people who live in Falkirk and have a perfectly lovely existence, knowing everyone else in Falkirk and having in-jokes of their own that do not interact with the outside world. And that is great, and they have a great time. But if you go there, you need to understand what it is to be in Falkirk.
This is the exact way I describe Falkirk to many a person. No, that's fair. Yeah. Like, I'm sorry that Falkirk's just that damn good.
There's also some giant decapitated horse heads for some reason.
Is Neil Gaiman also in Falkirk?
Yes.
He might as well be.
We stole him.
Who knows? Neil Gaiman doesn't have social media. He could be in Falkirk.
He's actually in my shed. I call it the Neil Gaiman shed.
I'm so glad my housemates are out. I mean, I woke the cat up laughing.
Blind Panda Bear. Mostly I see ads for Tumblr on Tumblr. Yeah, I see ads for that fucking Pikachu dressed man all the time, and that's all I see.
Oh.
Anyone
I
else
am
see
grateful
him?
to have uBlock Origin on Firefox, and I don't see any of that shit.
I use the app.
Yeah,
as
that's
well.
fair. I don't actually see the adverts for the Pikachu man, which is like the worst thing to ever happen, by the way. But I do see adverts for shoelaces all the time, without fail.
What?
Where did you get them?
I like your shoelaces.
I still
Yeah.
them.
Stole them from the
Who did you
president.
steal? Yeah, you stole
Yeah.
them.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
I feel sorry. Tristan feels like the kid who's just transferred
Right,
to
so-
school.
No. Okay, no. So
What?
like,
Why are people talking about shoelaces?
right, Tristan. If I was to say to you, when does the narwhal bacon? What would you reply? Right, because this is
Wait,
this is
sorry, that was a full sentence?
yeah. When does the narwhal bacon? And you would
That's-
answer
that's-
at
what?
midnight.
Bacon isn't a verb.
I know that.
Tumblr is a website that
Reddit.
at one
That's a
point-
Reddit thing. So basically,
Tumblr is
Tumblr is a
that
website.
at one
Full
point
stop.
convinced itself that if you ate chocolate in a certain way, you could break the laws of time.
what?
Yeah, if you ate chocolate in a certain way, you would have infinite chocolate.
Is this the fucking?
Does no one remember this?
Are you talking about the
remember it, yeah.
stupid GIF where you cut a piece of chocolate off and then you
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
No, I remember that.
That was my first Tumblr like viral thing.
It's ancient Tumblr lore at this point.
It is.
My partner joined Tumblr the day before the Misha apocalypse.
Oh, what a
Oh,
time to
God.
join.
So they were like, "Oh, I've made this account." Woke up the next day. What the fuck happened?
I've heard of this. I have
The
heard
Misha
of the Misha
apocalypse?
apocalypse.
It was a time. I have never seen any Supernatural, and I know more about Supernatural than
Yeah.
gifts
I
and
know
and-
Supernatural through Sarah Z. That is my full exposure.
That's
Nope,
fair.
I only know it from Tumblr, and I only know it from GIFs and the Misha apocalypse.
Same.
I
No
watched the
show,
last
no fan
episode.
fiction, no nothing.
Yep. No,
And
that's
I
fair.
swear to God, I could probably give you the entire series, episode by episode,
Just from the Misha
just
apocalypse.
from Tumblr.
Yeah, like the amount of like individual gifs of just like the sheer amount of supernatural content on Tumblr is dangerous. I've just realised
What
my
else is
guy's
ancient Tumblr lore?
sleepy. Have
So,
you ever
hi,
have you
so-
ever heard of a post called Crucifix Nail Nipples?
I wish there was a gothic internet slot here to read it out.
Just
We actually, you need to make another goth friend, I just realised, because last year it was me, the gothic crow. This year it was Casey, the gothic sloth.
what? I'm
I'm
just
sorry, my
nipples.
acquire goths.
my goth phase is sadly behind me.
Yeah, I'm like I suppose the worst way to describe it would be like corporate emo would be me now.
Though my
It's
wife
just
had
depressing.
dyed her hair black, so that's close enough.
What? Who dyed their hair black?
My wife,
Oh, nice.
because having a hot goth wife was my aim in life. It is now complete. I might as well
became-
just call it a day
I
now.
became the hot goth wife.
Oh, by the way,
Oh, chat.
there's
You
rhinos
can
in there.
gain the hot goth wife, or you can become the goth wife.
Yeah. Just the reason why I'm like I can't 24-hour stream this with him is because I'm going to see The Cure tomorrow.
That's a
Oh,
valid
cool.
reason.
I'm going to see Hailstorm and Alter Bridge on Tuesday.
Nice.
Hmm.
I'm going to bed.
No, you're fucking not.
Yeah, not now.
Not for another 6 hours, buddy.
Oh, fuck.
You're such a good friend, Sky.
Yeah.
Where the fuck am I and why am I tired and it's cold and shit?
So earlier in the stream Discord chat, I shared the fact that I managed to get an AI to create Connor.
Wait, what?
I plugged AyeforScotland into an AI,
Oh,
and
God.
it produced some images, and it amazingly produced an image of you before the stream and an image of you after the stream.
Go on. Where is this? Is this in the Discord?
Yeah, in the general chat.
Discord, yeah.
Oh, no, this is going to be bad, isn't it? Let me just double check. Let me pause it.
What general chat?
In
Fuck's
the
sake.
AyeforScotland Galop one.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, it's not really that far off.
I feel like you probably need to tweet it out as well, Tristan, so that like the chat can see it.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that.
Great.
It is definitely someone staring into the void.
Like what I've been doing
Yeah.
for the past like 4 hours.
Seen it all.
Have I tweeted about the stream lately? No, I haven't. So I'll do that as well.
Especially
just-
because people in the UK will actually start waking up pretty soon.
Yep.
Really? On a Sunday?
Yeah, I was gonna say I'd write.
Yeah, obviously to go to church, obviously. I'm sorry. Couldn't even finish the joke.
Sorry.
Oh man, right, okay, what am I tweeting?
I think honestly, at this point, just incoherent gibberish would get the point across.
Yeah, that's fair. This
Oh,
is
yeah.
like almost 6 hours to go. Like, to just wait until it's
Okay, that
Who's
is now
asking?
on Twitter.
Who was asking if we've heard about the AI that's supposedly scraping AO3 to learn how to write? Which,
No,
yeah,
I've heard.
there's some...
Oh yeah, that's old. That came out last year, didn't it?
It's happening again. They found...
It's actually. Sorry, go.
I was going to say they found some stuff that it's producing a lot of alpha omega writing
course it
because
is.
it's the most prevalent thing. That image is cursed.
It was surprisingly good. Like I put in a couple of lines from the short story I'm working on at the moment, and although obviously it didn't actually write what I was going to write, it did write like coherent paragraphs that could definitely be part of a dark fantasy story.
Okay.
I'm not in favor of any of it, to be honest. I don't think it's going to replace human authors anytime soon, but I'm just not in favor of it because I know some cunt will upload my work into it and then it'll just be... I already have enough DMCAs I have to file every day, so I don't want any more.
I think it could feasibly be a risk to the full-born will pump out any shit that is very generic authors.
That's true.
I think it could realistically be a risk for them because that's all it's capable of is generic shit that is completely derivative of whatever the most common denominator is.
Mm.
But because it by necessity can't have its own intent, I think it will struggle to replace anyone else. Is your ape being repeatedly poisoned by everything you're eating?
No, he's just tired. A bit like me.
I-
to be
It
honest.
looks like pain.
You can let the monkey go to sleep. It doesn't have to stay awake.
Yeah, I know. I'm making him a bed. Relax. He's fine.
Torturing his video game characters to the same fate he's facing.
Why do they deserve to be happy?
If I can't sleep, no one can sleep.
Oh man, see me heading to bed almost 6 hours from now. It is gonna be class. I'm gonna waltz my way into bed, which is literally 5 meters in that direction, and then I'm gonna.
You're going to have the capacity to waltz.
I will.
Why haven't we seen I waltzing?
I was gonna say 3x4 or 6x8.
It's because you prefer me Kaylee dancing, Tristan. That's
That's true. Yeah.
See, I remember when we did the last stream. For some reason, I clonked out about now, but then woke up as the stream ended, and I remember I went to bed, and then he woke back up and was like, "Why are you still awake?" I'm like, "I don't know. I
Yeah.
was just talking about the stream all day."
Last stream we did a giveaway of mine and Joy's work, and it got me this collective of American readers when beforehand I'd only ever had British ones because we did it at about 4 o'clock in the morning.
We did. And I'm up for doing it again if you
I'd
want
totally
to
do it
do
again.
that.
Yeah.
I only have it set up. I have mine set up through my PHIP just now. For what I'd be planning to do, but I could absolutely coordinate that again if you wanted to, or you could coordinate it yourself. But yeah, totally
Yeah,
up for
okay.
doing that again if it gets us more money.
Next year, I will join that when I finally finish my fucking book.
That's the peer pressure for you, Sky.
So, right, everyone agreed. Next charity stream, Sky will have to have a book to give away for free.
Sorry, was I just involuntarily signed up for another 24? At this point, honestly, one of you might as well stand behind me and puppet me. Like, just fucking... Yeah, go on. Yeah,
Well, you've done it 2 years in a row now. It's now like a running
Is that
thing.
3 years in a row?
3 years in a
3
row.
years. 3 years in a
What?
row.
And I've been
It's
on
now a
all
running
of
thing.
them.
Yeah, God. Fuck.
It's like me, and Lego, I think, are like the 3 most, and Harley are the 4 reoccurring characters.
It's the Three
And
Musketeers
Jeff, obviously.
and D'Artagnan, who is I.
Perfect.
What?
Perfect.
Stop saying French at me. I'm joking.
You're the one who can speak like 800 languages.
Bit of a stretch. I'm not even sure. Is there 800 languages? There probably is. But
I mean, there's like 200 languages in Africa or something, right?
I'm
I
gonna
don't know how many
have
languages there
some...
I think there's 20 odd in just Brazil.
Oh, okay.
I
Well, I don't
there are
speak any of
7,000
them.
There are 7,100 languages.
Oh, okay.
There are 4 in Scotland, of which I only speak half of them.
Hmm.
And I only speak 1, so really I'm the one left out. Though I could speak French for I if it would help lull him to sleep in 6 hours' time.
That might be a kindness.
When I say allow me to say, I actually want to be put down. So if anyone has like a shovel and can just fucking...
I thought you were about to ask for German.
I mean, I actually have been doing German on Duolingo.
Guten Tag.
I've been learning all my Guten Tags and my Kaffee. Kaffee is coffee, funnily enough.
I do love German in a Scottish accent. It is a perfect combination.
Is it?
Yes.
Completely angry all the time, even though it doesn't mean to be.
It syncs so well.
I mean, like...
It's funny
would
you're saying
would
that, because my granny was Scottish. She was Austrian, actually. And she raised my dad, and she was actually Jewish. So my dad grew up speaking this weird German accent meets Irish because my grandpa was Irish, and occasionally with like Hebrew thrown in. So my childhood was this really weird amalgam of like different accents, and just completely everyone sounded angry all the time, but they weren't. It was just like really hostile sounding, but it was just the culmination of all these different cultures in this one person, which is my wee old dad. So
Because obviously, as we all know, us neurodivergents retain information in different ways, we'll say. I did some high school German, and ever since then, I count in German, and I don't know why that happens.
I do it in French.
I can't remember a single other thing about the language, but if I'm counting aloud, I'll be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
I learnt one phrase in German, and for some reason the phrase I learnt was, "Why are you here?"
That's
not a
great.
That's not a great phrase to learn.
So when you go to Germany, you can be just a racist non-German.
The important thing to learn before visiting other countries is how to be racist, and that way you can just fit in seamlessly with the most aggressive locals.
I was really wondering where that sentence was going to go. It's like, how is he going to make a joke that's not too dark?
Oh, yeah, fair, yeah.
Where the hell?
But that didn't even occur to me. Clearly,
You-
like 6
Okay, that
a.m. is
didn't
when I
occur to me
stopped being
either. How
dark.
you went there.
There we go.
So, where are you going
In
How
my
long have we
life or in
posted
this
that?
game?
in this game?
All right.
Super deep morning chat.
I was gonna say I don't have an answer for either.
Who are you?
Yeah.
Why are you here?
Yeah,
So-
I could be here.
Why are we here?
Wow,
To
wow,
ruin
I
his
never
life. We're here to make his life hell.
So, what we're trying to do is cross the savannah at the moment. I've left my clan behind because they slow me down and they always die. And I need to. There's like a couple of bits and pieces I need to do in order to like evolve quickly enough. So, to give you the short of it, see that big kind of weird rock formation that looks like a kind of looks like teeth, like really fucked up teeth though. You know what I mean?
You've been playing too much
You
Scorn.
need to go to a dentist.
The like the kind of the two things. I'm heading over there.
I would not describe them as teeth, but yes.
It looks like a like old school boat, but like in Lego form.
Also, you never asked Lovely Scientist the icebreaker question, according to
Oh well, sorry, I wasn't on when Lovely Science joined, so really someone else should have had that. But Lovely Scientist,
yes,
I have
Guy.
to ask.
I was also a guest when Lovely Scientist joined, so it should have been Joy.
Yeah, Joy.
It probably should have been me.
Lovely Scientist, what is something that you're glad to have achieved this year, and what is something that you would like to achieve next year?
This year, I moved out of the upstairs bedroom, which was glorious when I was working night shift and sleeping during the day, because it was away from the rest of the house. But now that I've gotten older and my knees are not what they were, having to negotiate the stairs was terrible. So my housemate slash landlord moved his office upstairs, and we moved my bedroom downstairs, so I'm near the kitchen and the laundry machines and the bathroom and the front door, and I'm actually doing things for the first time in a couple of years.
Nice.
Nice.
Yes, it's very nice. It's very nice. I've always been a really active person. Hi. Keeping up with friends and, going
was
out
very
and stuff
well
like
timed.
that.
Hello, keeping up with friends.
Yeah, it's my housemates. They're just back. Marty had a concert that she sang at.
Oh, nice.
No, this was the symphony.
And,
Yeah, Lovely
And,
Scientist. It was a symphony.
oh, okay, well, it shows you what I know. I got invited to go, but it was too many people and too much out.
That's fair.
But I'm thinking maybe this year, now that I don't have to struggle with the stairs and I'm getting my mental health even more back together, I would like to maybe get brave and do some going out.
Nice.
I mean, I wish people wore masks. I really do. I'm a registered nurse, and I worked in ICU for 30 years. So I can see. But, I can look at someone and see the damage. And I am not happy about people ignoring COVID. Not at all. But what can I do? So I'll wear a mask.
I think that's.
Yeah,
I think that's like, unfortunately, the kind of government proposal side of things. They've they see COVID as very much a wrapped up thing.
Yeah.
I think what.
They're going to be surprised.
Yeah. We'll have to kind of wait and see. But I suppose in the meantime, wearing your mask and kind of doing your own, making sure you're still doing the disinfectant and all the rest of it. It's just probably as safe precaution as you can kind of get.
the best
Right.
you can do, or you can continue having to do what I do, which is I'm still shielding. The quarantine has never ended for myself and several other people that also have chronic conditions. It's hard.
that's
It's really
it.
hard when you see people going out without masks on, and it really bugs me. And people are like, "Oh yeah, we're post-pandemic," and I'm like, "Where? Where?" Like,
Yeah. Yeah, no, we are not post-pandemic.
no. I don't begrudge anyone having fun. I really don't begrudge people that need to go out and do things for their mental health and seeing their friends, as long as they're being safe with it. That's my
Right.
as long as you're testing and you're not deliberately just ignoring things, and because I
Right.
understand the need for human interaction, I really do. Because the thing that really drove home to me was people were forced to do what I've been doing for the last 10 years for a couple of weeks, and they were going insane. And
Right.
I was I was looking at that and going, oh, you think my life is torture? Okay, what does that say about how badly the disabled community was abandoned before COVID and how badly it's been, abandoned after? So
Exactly.
for me, it's very kind of, I have lost friends over this. People that I've known since I was, I was going to say knee high, but that's not that long ago because I'm only 5 foot. But like, people I've known since I was like 5, I'm no longer friends with them because they literally every time it's been brought up, they're going. They've said to me to my face, it's only the vulnerable people, and I'm going, hi, that's me.
Right.
And they
Yeah.
cannot humanize it. They cannot see it as people because it's not
Right.
happening to them until it does happen to them. And it's really scary because this is going to be a mass disabling event. I mean, they now
Mhm.
know that things like the Epstein-Barr virus has been linked to things like MS.
Right.
So it makes you wonder all the kids that were forced to go to school when they had mono. They weren't technically contagious anymore, but they were still ill. But they were still sent to school because, it's just a virus. They've now developed things like ME/CFS and MS. And you're going, which are debilitating conditions. And we're going, how badly are some people being fucked up by people who just refuse to take post-viral fatigue seriously?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It would not bother me if there were some people that took it more seriously. And I know that everyone here, follows myself and I. We all take it very seriously. We do the things. We are polite about things. We socially distance where we can, and we do things responsibly. But there are some people who, from day one, have just been "fuck you, I've got mine," and those are the people whose heads I want to hold under the water until the thrashing stops. I just really have lost a lot of patience for people because of it. But it's hard. It's hard to be on this side of the disability side of things, and people are saying, "Oh yeah, back in the COVID days." I'm going, it's still there. It's still evolving. Like you have to pay attention, but don't care.
Right. Right. No, exactly. I mean, in 1989, 1990, we had an epidemic of measles and chickenpox in California because we had a lot of immigrants and a lot of the kids hadn't had a chance to get vaccinated yet. They weren't in the school system yet. And so, which is the sort of the push that gets kids vaccinated in California anyway. So in our pediatric ICU, which was 23 beds, we had 11 kids with measles pneumonia on ventilators and 3 kids with chickenpox pneumonia on ventilators. And
it's so scary. You don't think of things like chickenpox doing that.
Well,
but
no,
it does.
I mean, it does. Absolutely, it does. Mumps makes men sterile. I mean, come on, guys.
Yeah, I nearly lost my mum to chickenpox.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's just, God, you can
And it's
get
as recently as when I was a kid that people were having chickenpox parties.
Parties.
Yeah.
Get that immunity early.
I know.
My mum rushed me to go meet the cousins when they got chickenpox.
Oh, God.
Do you just hate your cousins now? Did it distill as like irrational? Fucking.
One of them turned into a fascist, so that made it quite an easy one.
Wow, chickenpox symptoms are wild.
It's the long-term damage.
Yeah.
Well,
that was in the 80s. In the 80s they were talking about how it's yuppie flu. It's yuppie flu. 80s and 90s was yuppie flu, and we now know it was myalgic encephalitis, which is more commonly known as chronic fatigue syndrome. It wasn't
Right.
fucking yuppie flu. It wasn't people just overworking themselves and then throwing a hissy fit. It was people having post-viral syndrome from likely a flu strain or chickenpox. You know,
Right.
it's you know, I was born with a lot of my stuff. I have 3 genetic disabilities that we're aware of. I didn't know until my mid 30s. But I was sick before that, and we reckon it was um, an influenza strain virus that kicked off my immune system. And I got a cold one day, and I never recovered. I've never. It's been 20 years. Still have the cold, still have all the symptoms, still have all the body aches and everything else. It just, for whatever reason, it was one virus too many, and my body went, can't handle it. And it can happen to anyone. You don't have to have my genetic disposition to happen. It can just be the
Right.
wrong virus at the wrong time. And I think
Right.
if more people understood that, they would be more cautious about things like chickenpox parties, and
That is evolutionary, like the ideal status for a virus, isn't it?
Mhm.
Should have taken on a host, have run rampant through their system, put them in a case of permanent illness, and just live there forever.
And that's basically what happened to my immune system. I dread to think about I have the dental infection, which everyone from Tumblr seems to be aware of. But I was basically patient zero. My tooth got sent to the CDC because my dentist went, "What the entire fuck is this?" And the CDC, like, I actually dealt with someone from the CDC who were just like, "How did this happen?" And I was like, "It was from outside the country. It happened in the UK." And they were like, "Oh, it didn't originate here, thank God." Like, just the culture of bacteria that I had in my mouth are like, that shouldn't exist inside of a dental cavity.
This does sound like the opening to like a Dead Space spin-off.
Oh,
Yeah.
fuck.
Pretty much. That's what it felt like. That's what it felt like.
I was going to
But
say,
it's,
This is the backstory you find in a journal during The Last of Us.
Oh
joy is just
God.
patience.
The superorganism started with a Scottish immigrant to the United States.
Right.
I've
Right.
been pretty this whole time.
damn, hyenas are,
Oh,
Yeah.
they're rough.
yeah, just a bit.
So, I'm probably gonna hop off pretty soon because I have a concert in 12 hours that or a gig I need to get to, and I need to sleep before that happens.
That's
But
fair.
before I did, would anyone be okay with me slightly shifting the depressing conversation to a different depressing topic?
Oh,
Um,
sure.
kind of linking back to kind of what Keith and Harley were talking about, with obviously like abuse and stuff. Because I do have a story of my own that I would kind of like to share. Because
Yeah.
it does have a happy ending. So
Good.
Welcome to Sky's story of abuse, everyone. Please get comfy. Basically, growing up, I grew up in a very small town. I was the first gay in the village in a lot of ways. Hang on, I just need to respond to a message. Yeah, I was the kind of the first gay in the village, and it was a bit of a new thing for everyone. And I had a partner at the time who was very early on showing traits of what would become quite serious domestic abuse, which then inevitably got worse after I came out because small towns often lead to small minds. This is all the backstory, by the way. That was something that I kind of went through, and we went through all the kind of typical things with abuse, where I was isolated from my friends and family. I became almost entirely reliant upon this person as a source of comfort and dopamine and confidence. And eventually that just fizzled out due to me reaching a breaking point. And I then spent the following couple of years, the last few years of high school, repressing anything that happened to me, which was not the smart thing to do. What I should have done was go to therapy, which was suggested to me, but then I went, nah, I don't need therapy. The problem's over and done with. It's not a good idea. So eventually I end up in university and I'm a little bit off, and it's kind of a case of I sat down with my partner at a time. We were actually discussing something for a fanfic she was writing, which featured a character who suffers from abuse, and then I was like, oh yeah, that counts as abuse, like all this stuff, and she was like, yeah. And I kind of had the that's my penny drop moment. I was realizing it when Keith was speaking. It's like that's the moment I went, oh, this was abuse. I was abused for the most formative relationship of my life, which then eventually led me to therapy. And then I had, because I got the weird double act of having two penny drop moments, in which I was sitting with my therapist in our first ever meeting, and she went, I distinctly remember telling her my story and her looking at me, writing something down and going, so I think it would be a good idea if you continue to come to therapy. Which was the funniest thing for me at the time. And as that therapy kind of continued and that talking to people continued, we kind of uncovered that I had a lot of further issues which related to my family. And now I didn't have the greatest of upbringings either, from a position of parental emotional neglect. And I have done the thing where I'm still working to kind of try and change said parents' kind of attitude towards me. Very much kind of like Keith was talking about. I'm not quite at the cutting out stage yet, but the most recent problem is that this year I changed my name officially to Sky, because I was assigned a very gendered name at birth. So obviously being a non-binary individual, having a very gendered name, not the best combination. But the kind of happy ending to this story is the fact that although I suffered abuse very much in my formative years as a child and then as a teenager, and it has altered the way in which I interact with society now as an adult, the fact that I have sought therapy after the event happened and sought people to talk to and not used Galop itself, but used services like Galop to kind of work on the problem post happening, has allowed me to kind of start to enter a period of my life where I'm on antidepressants, I'm talking to people, and I'm able to function as a person for probably the first time in 25 years. And I just kind of wanted to share that because I think services like Galop are great, because even if it's something that you have gone through in the past, it still is maybe beneficial to some extent revisiting that and unpacking that, and not just doing what I did and try to press it down for years. And that's me at the end of the story, because I've kind of ran out of the words.
No, thanks very much for sharing that, Sky. I think it's like one of the things that I find like interesting from like all the speakers today, but like I like the fact that you touched on it, is that like you can always seek help kind of like after an event, and that's sometimes when you need it most. Obviously it's nice to think that something's over and done with, but the impact of certain events can kind of continue for a lot longer. So
yeah,
no,
and
thanks for touching on that.
I think I saw Joy say in the chat earlier that sometimes discovering that the realization can be just as damaging as the abuse itself. And I definitely, that's probably the thing that made me go, okay, maybe I want to come back on the stream and talk about this a bit.
No, I really appreciate you sharing that. because it takes like everyone who's maybe talked about like abuse that they've gone through today, it takes a great deal of kind of bravery to come out and like share that story. One thing that Galop did kind of discuss with me is that their services are actually available like after the stream if you would like to be put in touch with them. I don't mean to like offer that to you specifically in a way of like, oh, I think you need it or anything, but they did say that that was on offer if any of the speakers who wanted to share stories like that wanted to actually approach Gallup services, then they can. So.
I'm sure, I know I do, and I'm sure everyone else who has shared stories like this, and I might continue to share stories, appreciate that as well.
Cool. All right.
I really appreciate you sharing that, Sky.
Yeah, thank you.
Happy to help. I figure that, you know, what happened to me with both my parental figure and my most first formative relationship sucked. I didn't deserve it, but if I can help anyone else from that problem, then at least some good can come from it.
Mm-hmm. And I think too, it really just emphasizes the fact that you can go a large chunk of your life never realizing that actually you deserve better. And what I did say earlier in the chat, sometimes realizing that can be just as traumatic, because not only do you have to grieve the abuse you suffered, but you get to grieve the life that you could have had if it hadn't happened. And that can be just as painful. Like, that's what a big thing we focus on in so grief counseling is something I recommend for a lot of people who are finding themselves newly disabled. And some people think that's really morbid, and there's a lot of people that, you know, I think of it as, you know, toxic positivity. There's this real pushback that if you have any negative emotions towards your disability, you're not doing it properly. But you are allowed to grieve the things that are taken from you. You are allowed to grieve the things that are difficult and that require extra effort that other people take for granted. You're allowed to have those emotions, but it can really help to process these things if you actually see a grief counsellor who can help you realize that, you know, the non-linear cycle of grief can feel like you're going insane. Because 1 minute you'll be fine, 1 minute you'll be up and you'll be like, yeah, that's me, I'm over it. And then, you know, a week later you'll think about something and you'll go, I fucking hate that person, and you'll be angry all over again. And it can feel as if you're failing at recovery when really you're just still working through all your emotions. And it can be, you know, you don't realize it can impact your, you know, not just your mental health, but your physical health as well. It's something I talk about fairly often, that, you know, a lot of people with chronic pain, the one thing we all have in common is, you know, histories of PTSD and trauma. Because the body remembers things, and it, you know, it just, if your stress response, if your flight or fight response is never turned off, you tend to end up with like a cortisol problem, and you end up with chronic pain. Right. And that's a thing I wish more doctors would actually tell people, rather than just, you know, oh, do mindfulness. No, you actually have to go through the grieving process and learn to get your body out of fight or flight before you can actually start to physically heal from a lot of trauma.
Yeah, like, this year has very much been Sky's introduction to the disability world. Now accepting that I am a disabled individual myself, both.
And it's hard.
Both mentally and physically, yeah. And I'm very fortunate in that I have a very strong local community of fellow disabled people who we all actually have very similar stuff. There's a joke in there about birds of a feather. And they were kind of able to kind of explain to me, being like, now that you've accepted you are physically disabled, like you've become aware of it, your body is going to realize, oh, hey, I don't have to keep, you know, pretending this isn't a real thing anymore. So you're going to be hit with it all at once.
Collapse is very real. The collapse of that comes with acknowledging it is very, very real.
It's been my last 2 months, like. It's been, whoa. Earlier this year was, you know, I was going to the gym 3 or 4 times a week because that's what I just thought normal people did, and the year has concluded with me now occasionally needing a cane to walk.
Yeah.
So,
And the thing is, your if you weren't properly diagnosed for, I know you were saying at the start of when we first started talking, you were diagnosed with hypermobility. I was
Yeah.
told for my whole life, just do diet and exercise. And I still sometimes occasionally get the whole, how much exercise do you do? And I look at them and I'm like, I do as much as my body will allow. Although that's not really enough to get endorphins. Well, the thing is, my body doesn't produce endorphins from exercise. It just tears itself apart. Therefore, your
Mhm.
advice is not helpful.
And it's like, it's the things that become, and again, this was the same as like my realizations of abuse. The things that become apparent in hindsight, like
Mhm.
I would go to school, do a full day of school, come home and then sleep for 5 hours, 6 hours. I'm like,
Mhm.
that's not normal. That's not what you're supposed to do. And obviously, I just imagine like at the time, you accept the labeling of lazy teenagers and all that sort of stuff. But it was like I was exhausted
Mhm.
every day from just going and sitting in a classroom. And now that I'm out of work, one of my struggles is because we've moved away from more remote working because people think the pandemic is over. It's not. It's now I'm trying to find remote work again at a point where that is no longer the hip, trendy thing for employers to do. See, I managed to
Some,
link all the
yeah,
depressing topics together.
yeah. Well,
Mhm.
it's all got the same root cause. A lot of these, these depressing topics all have the same root cause, and it's that society is set up in such a way where it really only benefits, a very, I take the view that it benefits a very select few people because a lot of people don't realize that they are one step away, like one misstep away from becoming a part of the disabled community. Like it's very apparent to me that a lot of people don't think about it. And it's, there's very few people that can afford to maintain their lifestyle that they have if they lose their employment that they have right now.
Yeah.
And it all stems back to we as a society. We're no longer, there's no community, there's no outreach, there's no safety net for a lot of people. And I think a lot of people would be really surprised to find out how small the safety net is.
I'm
And
gonna
unfortunately, a lot of them find out when they realize it's not there.
I'm gonna on the subject of that champion a little thing, because obviously, from an economic standpoint, being disabled is very concerning. Like I've said, there's not a lot of work that like I can't work in a retail or public spaces anymore, both because of physical conditions and GAD, generalized anxiety disorder. Um, there is a thing that has been launched in Scotland called adult disability payment,
Mm-hmm.
which is I'm still being processed for at the moment, so I can't fully talk about its pros and cons, but it is designed to kind of avoid all the means testing stuff that comes from PIP and the kind of typical Department of Work and Pensions, the problems that have developed over the past 10, 20 years of Tory rule. Um, and from my little community of disabled people, they have very much agreed that it is a lot more positively catering towards disabled individuals. So if you're Scottish and you are disabled, or you even suspect that you might be disabled, I'd maybe look into ADP.
It's good to know. That's heartening.
Yeah, and like to be fair, that it's quite a broad brush approach to disability as well. Um, so
Yeah, they
like
have they
it's
have
not.
multiple like levels of payment as well. So it's
Mm-hmm.
like standard, and I think they have standard and something like extended or extensive. It's an EX word. Of
Yeah,
some sort.
there's two payments. I think one's £60 per week, and the other one's £90 per week, which is not not enough to probably just straight up live off, but because it's a supplement to other benefits,
I think
it's pretty impactful.
there's one for so there's like technically there's four payments I think,
Oh, is
because
there?
there's one for I'm looking it up now so that I'm not talking out my ass, which I should have done before I started talking, but whatever. Where is it? Yeah, there is the daily living part, which is 61.85 a week for a standard award and 92.40 for an enhanced award. And there's also the mobility part, which is 24.45 a week for a standard award and 64.50 a week for an enhanced award. So it's possible that, you know, if your condition is in a certain way, you could get both, or you get one, or you get the big one of one, or the big one of the, and the small one of the other. But it's, again, like you said, something to kind of supplement other payments and social security systems.
Yeah.
Oh, also, Blind
right
Panda Bear says to
direction.
take your meds. To everyone, just as a general reminder.
Is
Yeah, here in
Nightbot not
Scotland-
doing its job?
ADP it. Adult Disability Payment. And they've had to call me a couple times to get clarification about some of the things I put down, and the people have been lovely. Like, it's very
Nice.
much not a means-tested thing at all. It's more of a, can you just explain this further? And, you know, take all the time you need, and we can call you back if it becomes too much. So, yeah.
Nice.
There is some hope in the world. And that's kind of the message I want to leave with, is there is some hope in the world, and charities like Galop help provide stuff like that.
Nice. No, thanks very much for that, Sky. I will let you get some sleep, I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if you want to get to your gig, then I'll.
If I wake up before the stream ends, I'll probably be around in the chat, but it's unlikely, so...
Yeah, no,
Thank you, thank you for having me. Thank you, Joy, Lovely Scientist, and Tristan for listening to my rambles. And thank you, chat.
Nah,
Thank you,
thanks
Was
have
a
a
so
good
much.
pleasure. Was
Have
a
a
pleasure,
good-
Sky.
Enjoy your
see ya.
concert.
Deal.
Oh, sorry. I realised I need to inspect the spiky bush before I'm able to use it as a tool. Which is just the dumbest shit ever, but that's fine. Oh, I am knackered. And by the way, just so you know, I'd like, if folk want to clock out, that is more than fine. I'm not keeping you here against your will. Like, if you do
Or
have...
the people with the chains.
Yeah, all I'm saying is, like, you know, you can if you like. I will not fault you
Well,
for
it's
it.
only 10:30 here, so.
Oh, right, okay. Then in that case, you're here forever. That's the rules.
Except for me, I'm also here forever. So that's
That's also fine. Tristan, I'm obviously minding your time. Hopefully you're not working tomorrow. Or today. What day is it? It's fucking Sunday. What are you talking about?
it's Sunday.
It's fucking... Jesus, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
yeah,
Sorry,
clearly
I was-
not
I was-
working today.
I was like, I've never been to a gig on like a Sunday, so I was like, oh, Sky obviously means like Monday, and fuck, we're fine.
I is tired.
I am.
I
I'm,
is
like,
tired.
I'm really getting there now, but we've got less than 6 hours to go.
That's right.
Yeah, it's only like 4 hours until it's an hour and a half to finish. So.
Hmm.
And I think we can maybe finish the game by then, although I think I'm gonna need to have a wee stretch break just now. I need to stand like briefly. I will be back.
Or maybe we should all go for a little quick.
Yeah,
know,
that
go
would make
pee, go
sense.
stretch, get a
just
glass of
quick
water.
Stretch, everyone, just to make sure.
Is everyone in the chat?
Yep. And to be honest, people who are watching, yeah. Right. See you in a couple of minutes.
No, yeah, everybody, you know.
I am wiggling my legs. That is the extent of my. I pulled both thigh muscles whilst I was painting the house yesterday. So I
Oh,
am
no.
struggling to stand.
Oh no. Oh, I'm so sorry.
I'll
I'll be right
fine.
back. I have to feed the cat.
Hi, everyone.
This is our stream now.
Okay. Come on. Move. Move. I can't go.
We need to get me a cyborg body. We do.
There you go.
That's what we need AI for. We need AI that can work out what your disability is and create you an AI robot that is only capable of that one thing.
I mean, at this point, it would be an exoskeleton for the wonky joints. And then if they could make nanobots to stop my mast cells from being little fuckers, that would be fantastic. Question for the panel. What cool addition to your cyborg body do you want? Ooh. I want a key finding system for where the fuck I put my keys. You know that Apple, like, find my phone thing? I want that in my hand.
I mean, you can't get it in your hand, but you can get ones that attach to your like phone on a string.
I still lose those everywhere.
Oh.
I have one to find the one of the like. I have a thing to find the thing, and it just yeah.
What are they called? Tiles?
I don't know. I have a Apple, so it's just my Find Me function. So I usually walk a loop around the house looking for an Apple device, so I can ping the other Apple device. So yeah, that's my life. Oh, there's a lot of static coming from someone.
And it's gone. Maybe it was just I taking a piss.
He's been holding it for the last 4 hours.
Yeah, I accidentally took his mic in it. We got to hear the waterfall. You never know. That might be the content that's required just to get one person to go, yeah, actually, that deserves my funding. That
It deserves one more donation towards Galop.
yeah.
I'm just scrolling up through the comments to see if I missed anything.
Spinal reinforcement, new legs, new arm and shoulder, new eyes, new fucking pancreas.
Full overhaul at that point.
Yeah, Graham, are you just going to just whack your brain into a full exoskeleton?
You would like to be the sci-fi slime boy via shape-shifting nanobot swarm. That's, yeah, I get behind that.
Asmius wants arms that can detach in order to whack someone with a metal arm. What, are you taking your arm off in order to hit someone with your arm using your other arm?
Comical.
Ooh, I like that idea from Ellie Catkin. I already have artificial lenses in my eyes, but I could do with ones that can change focus, so I don't have to wear glasses at all.
Would be fantastic.
That would be very cool. As someone whose eyesight is garbage, in a way that glasses can't help. It's just like I have low resolution vision if I'm not wearing glasses. Having eyes that could actually like refocus and like sharpen things would be very cool.
That's what I'm getting my new prism glasses for.
Blind Panda Bear just wants to be a anime slime blob.
That's fair.
Bones can't hurt if no bones. That for a slime blob, that might be the most metal way to describe a slime blob of a person. Can't have achy bones if no bones.
Wise words.
Yeah.
What have I missed? Sorry, baby.
we got asked if you could have a cybernetic enhancement. What would it be, basically?
Okay. Sorry.
I would
And
replace all of my.
Grim is just
replace
going
all-
full cyborg.
So
Wait.
it was Joy saying something there, or
I heard Lego talking and I tried
Oh
to
yes,
stop.
hello. I'm back.
welcome back, Lego.
I was just gonna say I would replace all of my joints with ones that actually work and don't overextend.
Same.
because then maybe I'd be able to write with my hand, like use a pencil. That would be really nice.
Katie's gone for a compartment in my thighs for knitting needles. That's very like
Oh.
cyborg assassin, but like cottagecore.
With knitting needles, a deadly weapon, to be fair.
Cottagecore cyborg assassin.
My new
Oh,
rose tinted
we're in the
glass
desert now.
next
We
week.
are.
That's
So
one of the
Tuesday or
most,
Wednesday.
it's one of the most intense, like weird side cultures I've come across on the internet in like the reactionary world is the kind of like cottagecore to fascist pipeline.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh hell
Oh,
yeah.
I mean,
God.
it does it makes sense, which is
It's
unfortunate
the
because it is all
traditional
about, and it's this whole picture perfect vision of like frontier life and farm life that is specifically an image of what that looks like post colonization. And so it's kind of just, at least in North America, because obviously with Europe it's slightly different, but in North America, kind of the preserving of that image has an inherently colonialist and racist bent to it, because that's not necessarily what the land did look like. You know, it wasn't. We had to.
Yeah, I can totally
Yeah.
see that.
There's
Like,
always these cycles though where it doesn't matter if you're in the 17th century, the 18th century. There's always these periods where someone wants to romanticize a simpler time. And it was really fascinating because I watched a thing about how the romanticization that we have of like the kind of the cottagecore type thing of a quiet country life. No one in the country's ever
Mhm.
had a fucking life. Like they're up at the crack of dawn, feeding animals and
Exactly.
getting stuff done, but it's this very kind of privileged view of getting away from the rat race and thinking that if you can just get into the countryside, you'll be okay, without realizing you're just swapping work for more work. The only sort of idealized cottagecore thing that you get is if you are inherently wealthy.
Right.
Yeah, like if you are the owner, and
yeah,
that
if you
is,
own the farm.
you can be the man in charge, or you can be the wife in the house who gets to wear clean clothes and have your hair down and just kind of walk around the fields barefoot because you don't need to worry about getting dirty or getting your hair caught in something or getting injured or stepping on something, because other people have already worried about that for you.
They've sanitized the nature for you, so it's very almost like the Marie Antoinette. They had the working farm where she would go and collect eggs that had already been cleaned of chicken shit, but she got to experience it's almost like the tourism of the romantic tourism of like poverty almost. Oh, I get to be seen. And I think it does come from a real desire to be connected with nature. I think it does come from feeling detached from the natural rhythm of things, but it unfortunately just takes on such an insidious slant. It really just, you can be connected to nature and not like idolize colonization. And so many people just don't grasp it. It's more than just a fashion aesthetic. It's literally for a lot of people, you're seeing they're looking at you and they're seeing you cosplay their oppressors.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
weird. So yeah, it's a funny one for me. But then I've also been watching from the sidelines of goth, how goth has been getting steadily more and more gendered. And I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? Who
It has?
goth? So there's a
Did
lot
I
of
miss
stuff.
this?
Well, on mainstream stuff, goth fashion has become very like, her like it's very much like the guy stuff is very kind of like almost Victorian, and then I'm seeing a lot of things that marketed specifically for women, and it's all like the itty bitty crop tops and everything else. I'm like, we just used to rip t-shirts. That was goth fashion for us. It was a t-shirt that you'd worn to death, and you just ripped it to make it a crop top.
And it's also part of the general like gentrification of fashion trends. Like you saw it happen with grunge as well.
Yeah.
Where, grunge style developed because that, it developed in and around kind of the Oregon and Washington state areas. And, the cheapest stuff at thrift stores would be good thick flannels and toques and good sturdy boots because they were lumber towns. And so people would buy that because it was cheap and it was good quality. And then it became trendy. And now, 95% of your quote-unquote flannels at stores are going to be paper thin. You're not doing anything.
It's wild so I sound like an old person, and this is also, there was a Tumblr post that goes around every so often in my dash that I see, but it's, the cost of gothic fashion these days, to me, is just not what goth is about, because when I grew up with goth, it was literally thrift store. It was thrift store, makeup from places like Claire's, Hot Topic, goth store of choice, which for me was Osiris back in the day in Glasgow. And it was mostly just kind of like looking odd on purpose, or just not trying. It was more about what you found that you could make fit your aesthetic. Whereas now it's like a whole shopping spree of carefully curated stuff that is intentionally looks ratty. And it's like you could just buy the jeans yourself and wear them until they fall apart. Like that's. You at least then you might get a sturdy pair of jeans before they fall apart. You get use of the item before it's already.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry, Lego, are you moving something?
I'm sitting up now. I'm sorry.
No,
I
it's okay.
forgot. I apologize.
No, you're fine.
I just see Eli in chat saying punk and goth and stuff aren't aesthetics. They're shared mindsets that then developed into styles of clothes. And like I totally agree. A whole bunch of it was like with grunge, it was very like area specific, and it was more about a lifestyle than an ideal than necessarily the way that you dressed. And kind of when any subculture becomes more mainstream, it gets like boiled down and sanitized into kind of the simplest possible expression of it, which for a lot of things means, okay, well, what's the fashion for this? Let's figure that out and sell it at the highest price we can, because people like this and people want to look like this.
I was just looking up.
It's weird to me with just how expensive goth stuff is.
Yeah, it is.
Like going full in with the goth aesthetic is so expensive.
Yeah.
I was trying to find a book that I had. It was there it is. It's Somewhere Leather, Somewhere Lace, the worldwide compendium of post-punk and goth in the 1980s. It's pretty spendy at the moment, but it was a really fascinating look at for me about the different styles of goth, because it's no secret I'm a pink bitch. I have always loved sparkles and lace and those kind of fun things, and I always have people going, well, you're not a real goth. And I would look at the fashion from the 80s and I'd be like, it's alternative. It might not be the dark aesthetic that's associated with goth, but it's the same subculture of, the wearing stuff that doesn't quite match, making your own aesthetic. And then I remember when I found Somewhere Leather, Somewhere Lace, it was really such a nice thing to feel validated that, yeah, actually, the origins of goth is, the 80s was when it really became a thing. It really acknowledged that, there was this kind of slightly more delicate aspect that a lot of people didn't consider. So that was a really fun thing for me as well. But it's now like everything that I would consider to be lace goth is now fairycore, dark academia. Like it's got all these like even like there's goth cottagecore, and I'm just like just call yourself goth. Just you're a lace goth. Just accept it. But it's so funny to me that there's all these kind of like the core movements, and it's all just trying to be alternative, and it's just so heavily marketed. But it makes me feel ancient. It makes me feel so old when someone's like, "Oh, like have you seen the new core fashion?" I'm going, "Oh, that's what I grew up with. Is this back in fashion?" And they're charging how much for it?
I have to laugh because I've seen this so many times now, and really the only way you can save yourself is just don't ever look at clothing advertisements. Just do what you want. Because
my wife's mother has a saying that is, if you're old enough to have worn the trend the first time it came round, you shouldn't be getting into it for the first time the second time.
Well, for me, it's all the Y2K stuff. Like I've seen a massive resurgence, and they're calling it whimsy goth. We called it Y2K fashion.
It makes me feel old.
I know, right? But I loved it so much, and now I actually have adult money to buy the things my mother wouldn't let me have. So I'm looking at a lot of it going, yeah, I can do that. But like,
I had like a fashion epiphany of my own a little bit earlier this year, because I watched the Beatles documentary Get Back on Disney Plus, and I'm laughing at myself because I think it's a little cringe of me, but who cares? Cringe is dead. Kill the
part of you that cringes.
Yeah, exactly. Don't kill the cringe part of yourself. Kill the part of you that cringes. I'm super into the Beatles now. But I was watching the documentary, and it's just basically recordings of them working in the studio for a month, and just the fashion was amazing. Like specifically the men's fashion, I fell in love with it, and I was like, oh my god, I want to dress like this. Like there's just so many like bright colors and jewel tones and stuff like that.
Which era?
Sorry?
Which era? Because the Beatles had like quite distinct eras in fashion.
The Get Back documentary is January 1969. It's when they recorded Let It Be. So it's breakup era. I mean, to be fair, all of the era, like 67 onward is fashion goals for me, but like specifically I remember there were a couple of days when George and Ringo came in, and they were each wearing like brightly colored suits with a brightly colored ruffled shirt of a different color, and I was like, oh my god, I want to wear that.
Just trigger the magpie brain.
Exactly.
Late Beatles overlaps quite closely fashion-wise with like Bee Gees aesthetic. Like everything is like both seems like quite tight-fitting, but also flamboyant and flary.
Yeah.
Into the glam rock era.
It's kind of like for my, as I've said before, my gender is weird. But for me, kind of my ideal presentation is I either want to look like a butch woman or I want to look like sort of a femme, flamboyant guy. So fashion like that is ideal for when I'm feeling more like dude than anything else. And it was just really cool to see it. And I guess like part of it is that men's fashion in general, like mainstream men's fashion, doesn't cycle as much as women's fashion, or it doesn't seem to, at least from what I've observed.
I was like, men's fashion cycles?
Well, basically it has changed over time, but like with women's fashion, like you have like multiple cycles within a year, whereas like
Mhm.
with men's fashion, it is much slower, and it's
We're only just
like,
getting the mullet back.
exactly, and
Yeah.
it's pretty boring right now, honestly, or it was when I was growing up. You know, like there's not necessarily like big mainstream types of fashion for men the way that there is for women.
There is in queer guy culture.
Yes, no, exactly, but that's like within a subculture specifically. I mean, like kind of in the absolute mainstream, there's not really anything. When you look into subcultures, there's absolutely different stuff. Like you have your leather daddies, you have your bears, you have like your femmes, and like that is amazing, and it's so cool. And I just wish that it was more of a thing to have fun with what you wear as a guy specifically.
Yeah, I mean, like, how long has bootcut jeans and hoodies been the thing for guys?
God, yeah, no, exactly. Like, at least 10 years. It's
Feeling very called out right now.
I mean, you and me both.
Bootcut jeans and hoodies were what got me through high school. So, like, let be among us without sin be the first to condemn.
Yeah, I don't think 10 years covers it. It's like 25 years at this point.
Yeah.
In fairness,
look, I'm only 22. My memory goes back so far.
I was gonna say, I did in fact have the tightest pair of skinny jeans back in the day. It wasn't something I'm particularly proud of. What the fuck is attacking me? The fucking
are you
birds.
are you taking damage?
No, it was the birds. Stupid birds.
Oh, the stream is delayed, so I was just I hear you say what's attacking me, and you're just standing on a cliff.
Yeah.
I guess one of the other things for fashion is that the quality of clothes that is like the quality of clothing that is generally available to most people has decreased so much.
What?
Yeah.
Sorry, that's a fucking glitch right there. Fuck off.
Oh, what the fuck?
That is a glitch and a half. Holy shit.
Wow.
Oh my god.
That was intense.
Done by the game. Holy hell.
Holy shit.
That is fucking
That
insane.
Was, and in the theme of creating live recreations or metaphors for what we're talking about, that was a glimpse at the male fashion industry.
That was a...
shit.
Just fell off a cliff and died.
Yeah. No, absolutely. It is the fault of capitalism that the quality of clothing has gone down. And, like, God, you just have shit falling apart so fast. And it's...
So I got, so I've been wearing, like, Primark jeans for 15 years, until about 5 years ago, where I bought with my, actually having a stable job and career, finally, in my late 20s, bought a pair of Olympus jeans.
Yes.
So just a bit of sponsored content for the iStream.
Oh, do you wear Olympus jeans as well? They're amazing.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Wait,
Life-changing.
Are those the jeans that like held when you had to jump a wall to run after Fuela that one time?
Yes. These are, I'm no joking, these are the best fucking jeans I have ever had in my entire life.
The way they get marketed is they're marketed at like muscle guys and jocks who need like something that will fit around their oversized thighs and butts, but will still fit their waist.
Yes.
And they've got reinforced inner thighs because like muscle guys have a lot of inner thigh chafing. And what it turns out to be is basically they are stretch fabric jeans that will last for years.
I
And
can do
it's
squats
amazing.
in mine. I can do full on squats and I could wear them to the gym if I wanted to.
I am
wouldn't.
fully jealous.
Oh, they are.
Yeah, but
incredible.
the amount of like jeans that I've lost to thigh wear is
Yup.
Same.
insane.
Yeah, literally. That's the reason I had to replace my jeans every like 6 months, is because my thighs would just demolish anything I put them in. And
It's
then
the
I
curse
finally,
of having good thighs, eh?
finally had like enough disposable income in a single month to be able to afford jeans that were a bit more expensive. Get these Olympus jeans, and like I've had 2 pairs in the last 5 years.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
They're
And I'm
amazing.
still going. The reason I've got 2 pairs is because I like having the option of 2 colours. It's not because I wore through the first ones.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I've tried to get on to the blue jean thing. I just like black jeans too much. I have a pair of blue jeans and I wear them like sparingly, but like
It's your scene kid aesthetic.
it is. It's my scene. I'm trying to cling on to it as long as I possibly can. What'll happen, right, is see when I become like a dad or something, I'm gonna go with like the blue jeans and like the brown smart shoes. We're gonna jeans and shoes it up. Yeah, that's what. Oh, I'm gonna do that.
That's when we're having an intervention. I will fly home to prevent this.
I'll do it deliberately, and I'll only go to pubs when rugby's playing. That's what I'll do.
Oh no.
Gotta go to like the department store and get family photos taken with the big box that's covered in carpet.
Yes. Right, now I need to find my fucking...
Your babies?
My babies, yeah. My babies!
Well, speaking of I becoming a dad,
What?
finding
Oh, right, oh,
babies.
fuck! I was like...
He's suddenly awake.
Oh
Yes,
my god, okay.
Jess,
Oh,
Jess
what the...
sent me a message over Discord.
No.
Congratulations! This is how you find out.
I like how crocodiles...
we got told to let you know gently. I just weave it into conversation.
Oh god. No, not prepared for that just yet. Got some stuff to do until then.
Until your life ends because children.
Yeah. Right, where are these fucking kids at?
Tundra has proposed that we can get them into voice chat if we can get to 2,200. So I'm going to put. I'm gonna
voice reveal.
Oh,
I'm going to throw it out there to get there. I'm going to say that for every $5 you donate, I will send to the charity, and if you take a screenshot, I will send you a digital copy of Hunger Pangs. I doubt there is anyone in here who doesn't have a copy yet, because you all seem very familiar. But if you want to gift it to someone else, you can do that too.
yes.
I'll even do the audiobook for 20, and that way I also has to have a jelly bean.
Yes! Oh, the jelly beans. I'd almost forgotten.
Jelly bean combined with Hunger Pangs audiobook. I think that's a winner right there. Where are these? Is that them there? I wish they'd shut the fuck up, because there's hyenas and oh my god, what the fuck?
If we wrap in whispers, we can do a full tier system. £5 for Hunger Pangs, £10 for both, £20 for both and the audio.
Oh, what the fuck? Why is there so many fucking animals? Jesus Christ.
Me when I leave the house.
Me when I'm in there.
Blind Panda Bear already has 11 copies.
She does.
Oh my god.
That's probably my number one fan. We're also friends. It's okay.
Are they signed?
The hardback will be once it gets shipped. Yes.
Oh, that is super fan territory. That a signed hardback.
I have spent the last year trying to get the hardbacks done. This is why Ingram Spark is in my bad books, because they were sending me books that were falling apart. And they're like, yeah, no, you can totally sell those. And I'm like, there's glue oozing out of the spine. It was a horrible nightmare. So.
Wow. Okay, that's good to know, because I was thinking once I get the compilation together, I'd use Ingram for the hardback.
I will send you I will send you the stuff that I did use so you can see the lack of quality control, and I will also send you the people that I went with instead. I keep hoping that Ingram will get their shit together because they just have such good marketability, but honestly, the Amazon hardbacks are better quality at this point. Which is saying something.
What time is it? Oh, fuck.
The paperbacks have been fine, but I found the Ingram Spark ones were like they hold fingerprints really well on the covers.
Yeah, they've had problems with their inks and also their paper quality. They also were sending out a bunch of my paperbacks with 5mm of the cover missing, so you could see the white page underneath.
Oh no!
And that happened to because I have a friend who works at Barnes and Noble, and she told me they had to send back an entire box, and I was like, "Great, fantastic!"
Oh, that's grim.
They've just gone completely downhill since the pandemic started, unfortunately.
That's weird because you'd have thought that they'd get a really big boost from A, the fact everyone's staying at home and therefore suddenly has a lot more time on their hands to actually read books. And B, because a lot of people might be turning to indie publishing because they're at home and suddenly have a lot of time to write books.
Well, it's a mixture of they got rid of their staff, they called their customer support services, and then there was the paper shortage because a lot of paper at the start was being used to make disposable masks. And it just never recovered, and they've kept the prices really... Like, I keep saying I need to increase the prices of my paperbacks. I haven't done it yet. I'm earning a penny on my paperbacks at the minute.
Oh
my
because
god.
the inflation is so bad, and I just can't bring myself to log in and change everything. It's just too much effort. But it's like, wow, inflation is really awful. So like my next bunch of books, I'm gonna have to be like, sorry guys, it's now whatever it is, it's gonna go up again. But I'm even gonna have to charge more for the ebook just to cover the cost of the paperbacks.
How much is the printing cost on the paperbacks?
It's about hang on, let me see if I can log in and see.
Because I was logged into it today because I was putting out the updated version of Whispers, and I noticed that my margin for the paperbacks has gone way down.
So I have the current cost for my stuff is $14.99. Ingram Spark is currently taking from... It varies from region to region, but in the US they are currently taking $13.33 off of me.
Jesus.
For the cost of printing.
Oh, that's a lot.
Fuck.
And then I have the cost of whatever the bookseller takes off of that as well, and I get whatever's left. So that's how publishing's going right now, guys.
Bloody hell.
Finally.
God, terrible.
That's
It's
scary.
so many industries are like so many creative industries do stuff like that, and it's terrible. Like I haven't experienced this a ton since I don't have any of my stuff on streaming yet, but like as like musicians, if you're not big enough to like Spotify is terrible for musicians basically, and it's not like the problem of anyone who uses Spotify and listens to Spotify. It's the company itself. Like, you get paid like 1/100 of a cent or something per stream. It's absolutely ridiculous, and it just makes it like no one is getting fairly paid by Spotify. But that just means that the people that can afford to keep putting out music and putting it on streaming services and stuff like that are people with other advantages, either artists that are already prominent or people that are wealthy enough that they don't need to worry about that income loss.
And then Spotify spends several million getting Joe Rogan on.
Yeah, no, God, exactly.
What a waste.
It's like atrocious. Like, God, just the other day, because it was Spotify Wrapped, at the beginning of the week, and I saw someone talking about just like the pay difference between Spotify and Bandcamp, for example, where Bandcamp is you buy someone's music and then you can just download it and own it, whereas Spotify is, I always say it's like you're renting music, which, because I use the free version. I currently use premium because I have a roommate that got me on a duo plan with her. But anytime I wanted to, like, for a really long time I just used Spotify to like test out if I liked a song or not, and then I would buy it. And for me, for a really long time, I would buy it through the Apple Store, and I don't know anything about like what their financial output looks like and how much people get from iTunes or the Google Music Store. But okay, I found it. So like, there's an artist who, from January 1st to October 31st of this year, had 10,970 streams on Spotify. Spotify paid out $34.8316 US for all of those streams before fees paid to the distributing service, which is $35.99 US annually. The amount that Spotify paid before you take away the fees was about $0.003175 per song. Whereas from January 1st to October 31st on Bandcamp, the same artist sold 382 tracks for a profit of $283.33 US, which is closer to 74 cents per song. And if everyone who had listened on Spotify had purchased from Bandcamp instead, this artist would have made like $8,136 instead of $34.
Yeah, and that's the bind that they're in, though, is the fact that they wouldn't get that. So it's they end up having a balance between their discoverability and being able to live on their work.
Yeah, and like a lot of people on Spotify, obviously you're going to have people who are repeat listeners, but still, like, it's a lot. Yeah, Katie is pointing out in chat that Bandcamp does special Fridays where they don't take any fees from the creators. Yeah, that's Bandcamp Friday. It's the first Friday of every month. The only fees that are taken are the transaction fees. So, like, for example, my EP is available on Bandcamp. It's $4, and on Bandcamp Friday, I lose 34 cents for the payment transaction, but the rest of the money comes to me. I will say, for the most of the time, like, the Bandcamp fees aren't even that bad comparatively, but the fact that Bandcamp does Bandcamp Fridays, where they waive all of their fees and you only get the transaction fee, it's amazing. They started doing it during the pandemic to support artists because the live music industry took a huge hit from the pandemic. And I mean, the live music industry has been struggling for a while now, but the pandemic did not help any.
Also didn't help that it allowed whoever survived to become a monopoly in the space as well, as you can see from the Ticketmaster situation.
Oh my god, yeah, it's you have Ticketmaster, you have Live Nation. There's like a couple of it's been like that for a while at this point, where there is a monopoly on who gets to tour and who gets to be a musician, and who could afford to do things like that, and who could afford to get big enough that you don't need to worry about other things. Ticketmaster might own Live Nation. I say Live Nation specifically because I know about specific incidents with venues not being safe. And like it's a whole thing where people will be begging smaller musicians to tour because you can have like a decent following online, and like people just can't afford to do it because like if you want to break even wow, if you want to even break even on a tour, you have to do things like sleep in your van, and that means, depending on the time of year, that means, you know, being really cold, being really hot, you know, your joints can mess up from that, you're not resting well. Or, you know, you can pay and get like hotel accommodations, but then you're not necessarily going to make enough money for touring to have even been worth it. You know, like a lot of times you just get a net zero, or worse than that, you're negative, and it's such a shame. Again, I'm kind of tuned into the DIY music scene a little bit because I've made a lot of friends in there, even though I haven't made a lot of music myself. But it's just terrible. And like Grim said in chat, like any kind of art, like no artists are being compensated fairly for the work that they put into just providing such a necessary part of life for everyone, you know?
It's one of the things you keep... Sorry.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
It's one of the things you keep seeing as an indie author, and people asking, how do you break into it? Like, how do you make a living off it? So you don't.
And that's true for a long time. It's also true for Trad Pup as well. Like you look at the Neil Gaiman, like I was reading Terry Pratchett's autobiography, or I suppose autobiography, but he still had his other jobs whilst he was putting out his first books because it was not sustainable as a career for him for quite a while into it. And it's been true for a very long time. Writers often have other jobs. The people that don't tend to come from affluence and a level of wealth that, you know, if you're at a book reading and, you know, you ask someone, how do you do this? And they just say, oh, you know, you just sit there and you work hard and you persevere and the words come to you. A lot of the time they're not telling you, oh, my wife looks after the kids and does all the laundry and cooks all my meals so that I get to sit there for 12 hours a day and write. I didn't have to go to another job, you know.
I don't pay a mortgage because my parents' money paid for the home.
Exactly. It's always been the people that are, you know, that work their way up are usually they're working from other jobs. They're either, you know, they're waiting tables during the day, or they you know, they teach, or they're a journalist or something else. There's always usually another income.
Yeah, literally every single musician that I know, like even the ones that are doing it professionally and like putting out full albums and touring, all of them have at least one other job.
Mm-hmm.
It's like either you know, they're teaching, or they're in multiple bands, or they're like mixing professionally for other artists. It's like you can't just do one thing, and it's just terrible because
you can't just
like,
do making art.
Yeah, like you know, I sit at work and I write lyrics on Post-it notes while I'm answering the phone, and like it's just I could never stop working just to like work on an album for a whole year.
Mm-hmm.
And it's terrible.
I think people get a warped sense of what it's like. One, because the biggest names are the biggest names. They're the people who are so well known that the average person knows who they are, and therefore when they walk into a bookshop, they're the first name they'll see, they're the first name they'll recognise, they're the first name they're likely to pick up. They make a completely disproportionate quantity of sales compared to the rest of artists. And then the step down from that is the people who are in a position where they don't need to have other jobs for one reason or another. They can just work on being an author on a wage that would be unsustainable to live on its own, whether that be because of family money, or a rich partner, or a very generous patron, which happens more often than people expect.
Mm-hmm.
And then underneath that, you get everyone else who are functionally semi-pros, in that they might make some money off the art they make. They might make no money off the art they make, but they have a primary job outside of that, which actually makes the money they have to spend on putting food on the table and paying the bills.
Mm-hmm.
Just sustaining what you do.
Yeah.
Like that, it's a joke between myself and some other people that we're all, and the editors and the authors on Tumblr, we're all just passing the same £200 back and forth. Between projects, I'll pay that for you if you to edit this, and then they pay me 6 months later to edit their thing. We're all just passing the same amount of money back and forth. And just to be clear, editing for £200 is nothing.
Yeah.
It only happens because we're friends and we feel we should be giving each other something. I think the final cost for for editing Hunger Pangs was about 5 to 6 grand for editing.
Oh, really?
Yes. And because I have so many different editions, so I paid for different formatting as well.
Okay, right.
And then also the cost of the audiobook was significantly higher than most audiobooks. People don't realize the minimum tends to be about 10 grand for audiobook development. I'm very lucky. I have a lot of friends in the industry. I was able to go, hi, can I get a friendly discount for these things? And it's an exchange for favors, because we're all trading on favors in the industry. And I'm very lucky that Catherine Wilson was available. She was absolutely head over heels to do it. She was so enthusiastic. And it's the same with my editors. Like, it's they've done everything. They've helped with although I have an illustrator, I have Rye Hickman, who's my illustrator. My editors are also function as my graphic designers for other things as well, because it takes away the brain power that I don't have for certain things. And I also have their experience of the industry, because there are certain book cover designs that I love. Like, there were previous mock-ups of the books that I really liked, but they would not sell well in my genre. So I have to go with what would actually sell well in the genre, without being too generic, as it were. So it's that kind of, you're trying to find the balance, and I'm getting to benefit from their experience as well. So it's an interesting one, yeah.
And just like having that additional information makes a huge difference. Like, I don't know what I'm doing with covers. I'm mocking up stuff on PowerPoint. I am completely winging it. If it sells, it sells. If it doesn't sell, I won't know why, and it will just be something I have to live with. And that's a position that a lot of indie authors are in.
And
and that extra industry knowledge is itself valuable. And
it's gold. It's gold dust to have someone that understands things like the Amazon algorithm.
And that's what people are paying for when they pay for good agents, good editors.
Yeah, and like, obviously you want to make sure that you're compensating people for their work. And the thing is, people outside of the industry, whether like whatever industry that is, whether that's writing, whether that's visual art, whether that's music, they don't actually understand necessarily how much it would cost to fairly compensate someone, because they're so, like, everyone in the industry is so used to having to undersell to get any clients. And we shouldn't have to. And it's hard as well, like, when you're in the position of being in the industry, and you know that, like,
Sorry,
you
folks, I'm
want
just going to nip out for
to.
a second.
Oh,
Cool.
like, sorry, and like, you know that your colleagues deserve more, or like you're wanting to, like, commission a colleague or something like that, and you can't because you want to make sure that you're paying them enough.
Mhm.
And it's like, and obviously, sometimes you'll switch favors back and forth for a discount, and sometimes they'll let, like, it'll be like, oh, well, you're my friend, so I won't make you pay as much. But it's a shame
So-
that it has to be like that.
Earlier this year, I came across someone who's kind of a like specialist in Elvish, as in Tolkien Elvish, and doing translations and stuff. And she was just promoting her work on TikTok, and was starting to sell translation services. And I was like, great, I'd love to have this saying translated, sent it over to them. And they responded with, yeah, that sounds great. Send me 20 quid. And I was like,
Oh
great,
my
20 quid.
god.
20 quid, 4 cents. And what I was expecting back was, sent them a 3-word phrase, and I'd get sent back a 3-word phrase in Elvish. 20 quid.
Mhm.
Happy days. What I got back was a 4-page long grammatical vocabulary and syntax explanation of how they went about the translation, which included one custom word because there wasn't a direct translation possible.
Oh my
So
god.
So it had to be generated using snippets of Elvish from Tolkien's texts.
That's
So there was 2 pages of explanation of that, and then 2 pages of its various translations into different dialects of Elvish and different font styles depending on where that dialect would be used.
oh my god.
That's so
Wow.
I was just like, what are you doing? This is ridiculous. Have more money, because I was fortunately in a position
Yeah.
I could do that. Have more money and don't charge someone £20 for this. This is a, what, 100 plus pound deal you've got
Yeah.
going here? People will pay a lot more than 20 quid for this, and they should pay a lot more than 20 quid for this. This is deep dive expertise into a very niche area. Fortunately, they seem to be doing a bit better now. They've got a few like merch deals, and they're working with a few big name creators, and I hope they're getting paid properly for it. But I don't know that because they were clearly so dramatically underselling themselves. They didn't know how much their expertise was worth.
No, it's, yeah. I don't remember what I was going to say. I'm sorry. I was going to say something and then it has left my brain.
Early morning brain.
Yeah, late night brain for me.
Late
It's
night
like
brain.
11:30.
It's so interesting.
No,
It's
go on.
interesting to me hearing. I'm a nurse, and I'm lucky to be in a state where nursing is heavily unionized. And, so you go to work and you do your job and you do your overtime and you come home and hope you don't bring too much of it with you and go to bed, and then you go back and do it the next day. And because I'm in this window of time where nursing is heavily unionized in my state, there's so much I don't have to even think about negotiating.
Yeah.
And so when, for instance, I have a friend, oh God, she lives in Canada and she's wonderful.
Oh,
she
God.
has a
Sorry,
brother
I know exactly what you're going to talk about. Oh.
No, do you? No, you don't.
Well, maybe.
and
You said Canada, and
we've-
I'm thinking about the nursing crisis.
Oh, no, we've been friends ever since our early days on LiveJournal. And one of the things that she had gotten herself so scared of in her life was having a first GYN exam. She was married. They knew they wanted to have children. And she was terrified. She could not understand how she was going to go and have a GYN exam. This is a 27-year-old woman.
Mm-hmm.
And so I used Google and different websites, and we made up going to the doctor and having the exam and what the things are and what they mean and why you do it and blah, blah, blah. And now her son is 7. And she makes beautiful, beautiful beaded work. Beautiful. And I wanted to pay her for a necklace that she made. And she said, okay, $10. And I'm like,
Oh my
no, I
God.
do beadwork. I know that's $100 piece of work you've just done there.
Mm-hmm.
I know how long that took. And she said, well, but, you put together the tour for me, so I think it's not the same,
No, absolutely not.
I mean, I hit Google up for some pictures and basically drew on my own experience. You picked out all the colors and the textures and made the pattern up and sat and did this thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to
No.
pay you for it. And it she finally let me pay her $50. Which, but she just did not have the sense of, exactly, Katie, imposter syndrome. She just didn't have the sense that her time was worth that much.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it took me an hour. It took me an hour to put together that tour. Like nothing.
Yeah. Stuff like
But
that,
I'm-
like, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I know how long it took to make that necklace.
Yeah, and even if it took her 5 hours at minimum wage, so what we'd expect to pay people for work that requires no enormous amount of skill or expertise, though that's not how wage labour works.
Yeah.
But say that's what we considered minimum wage to be for. That would be 50 quid. That would be $50.
Yeah.
So, and she's clearly bringing in all of that expertise and skill for what is probably more than 5 hours work, and yet she still doesn't think she's worth that much. And yeah, it's absolutely
Exactly.
imposter syndrome.
Yeah, like I've
Exactly.
always. Oh, Greba, leave her alone. Sorry, my cat's excited. Stop it.
I am going to have to leave because it is 7:30 a.m. and I have to actually put in my work as making sure my house is livable tomorrow at some point.
I'm also going to have to bow out as well because I'm fading fast over
It's okay.
here.
Thanks, Trips.
Oh, it's been a joy to hang out with you guys, though.
No,
So
it's
this
been-
week, a joy.
Hopefully, I will soon be joined by the morning British crew.
Yeah, that should be soon because I'm also
That-
gonna have to go to bed
I-
soon,
I-
but
I
not
was-
quite yet.
I was hoping you were gonna say the sweet embrace of death. To be honest, but, yeah, that's fine. The British morning crew will do. Although that sounds like the world's saddest pop band.
I can
sorry.
just see her.
You've only got a little bit left.
Yeah, I've only
Yeah,
got
you're
four-
close to 4 hours.
Yeah, 4.5 hours. 4 hours and 28 minutes. Not that I'm counting.
That's only a Lord of the Rings extended edition.
Oh, come on!
I was gonna say,
Can't laugh that young.
I remember seeing people saying, if you're not necessarily sure how much you should be pricing yourself and you don't want to price too much, just at a minimum, please look up your minimum wage and figure out how many hours it's going to take you and charge that much at a minimum, you know?
Mhm.
Like, without putting into consideration the amount of time you spent learning this skill, getting your expertise, you know? If do you have a degree in this, like how much time and effort and money that you have put into this that has made your services desirable before you put any of that into it, you know, what's your minimum
Right.
wage? You deserve at least that, because that is what the state has decided that workers need to earn at a minimum.
Yeah.
And it's
Exactly.
just, and the fact that doing that is too much for some people. Like, some people don't want to pay that much, and it's really not good. I remember I saw a post on Tumblr just the other day, I think, that was talking about, I think it was Target, and they had crochet clothing, and basically you could tell by the price, like the person who made the post was someone who did crochet and knew approximately how much time certain things would take,
Mhm.
and was like, these are absolutely being entirely
See you later,
underpriced, because before, oh yeah, bye Tristan, sorry, before you even get into the store needing to make a profit and the shipping and handling fees, before you get into any of that, if you just take the whole price, whoever made that isn't getting paid enough for it. Yeah,
Right.
no, exactly. There's no way to properly machine crochet, which is why they were talking about crochet specifically. And like, God, any textile arts, like crocheting, like quilting, knitting,
Embroidery.
I'd throw embroidery, I'd throw beadwork into it as well. Stuff like
Mhm.
that. People don't put value into it because they kind of think that it's something you do for fun, you know? It's like, oh, well, that's like grandma stuff. That's stuff that you do in the home, and you don't do it to make money necessarily. And a lot of times things like that are given as gifts. So people don't realize that it's actually incredibly valuable to get something like that as a gift.
Well, it's just another example of how, I mean, capitalism doesn't value any individual's time as what it's worth. And then all these things, you say grandma stuff, you know, that's all women's work.
Exactly.
Until you get into tailoring, and then you can be Cristiano whoever, you know, and you know the women who work putting those clothes together are not getting anywhere near what the designer is getting.
Exactly. It was the same with cooking for so long. You know,
Mhm.
men could be chefs, but women were cooks. Or
Right.
even before then, you know, men could be chefs, men could be cooks, but women had to stay home and cook for their family. They could not make a career out of it. And it's just terrible.
It's it's such a huge subject.
Yeah, no. Capitalism bad. We've
We've done
know
it
this.
again.
I'm sure we've said it
We got the ice
500 times.
in today. Capitalism bad.
Yes.
Anyway,
Capitalism
I'm
bad.
I'm gonna have to jump, guys, because I'm gonna fall asleep in my chair here. Just gonna say, if anyone does donate to the stream and they want a copy of the Hunger Pang stuff, send me a note either on Twitter or Tumblr, and I will get the book out to you as soon as I wake up. Okay? Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you for having me.
Rest
everyone.
Thanks very
well.
much,
With
Joy.
joy.
See you later.
Good night, everyone.
Night. Oh, I just realized I've been sitting cross-legged. My knees.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
I'm so bad at this. Oh my
Hi.
goodness.
Me again.
Hi, Sarah.
Hello, welcome.
Mm,
Hi,
At least-
Sarah.
hello. Yeah. At least I got a little bit more sleep. So I thought like I might as well just come back in and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, we're talking about capitalism.
Yeah. I'm kind of tangential to the DIY music scene in North America, and by tangential I mean I'm friends with people on Twitter that are more involved with it.
Okay.
So I was just talking about like A, the pandemic's effect on that, and B, the general undervaluing of the arts by society as a whole and capital in specific. Although to be
Yeah,
fair, capital devalues all labor.
yeah, indeed. Well, to be honest, right, so in my day job, I actually work in the fintech industry, but it's just, I guess you will call me being as a Prosecco socialist. I call myself a Prosecco socialist because it's just like, sorry guys, but I do. But was listening to your conversation and with sorry, scientist right here,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, it's just I really don't like it when people devalue someone's labor, devalue someone's work just by saying like, oh well, this is gonna it doesn't look like was going to cost like £100 or something like that, or $100. It's just like something not really great, and no one can stop. I'm just like, I'm so sick and tired of that. I mean, hence this is the reason why, well, we have the strikes here. Pay your people.
Yeah.
Strikes people.
A lot of it is because people don't know anymore what it takes to make something.
Yeah. And
I mean,
that's the whole thing with labor being exported to be cheaper, is that you kind of just assume that they must be being compensated fairly, because why would they sell stuff for less than the price that it costs to manufacture it?
Right.
And
right.
I also, the thing that I was thinking about earlier, lovely scientist, where I accidentally interrupted you, which I apologize for, is that
It's okay.
up here in Canada, at least in my province, nursing strikes and teacher strikes are so incredibly frequent, because the government, because both of those are nationalized, and the government just refuses to pay them enough, and give them enough time off, pay them enough that they're not having to buy school supplies for their own classes, give nurses enough sick leave and time off that they can recover from working 12-hour shifts in the emergency room.
Right.
It's just,
sorry.
Again, these are women's jobs.
Like,
Women's
yeah,
jobs.
just traditionally.
And they're a profession. So you do it for the love of the thing, as though you were a nun.
Yeah, it's
really,
it's terrible.
I did it's so demeaning.
And people a lot of times will, in academia, people will say, oh well, why are school teachers complaining about how little they make, because they're basically just glorified babysitters. And I just want to grab them by the shoulders and say, have you ever been in a room with 30 12-year-olds at the same time and had to keep a lid on that? Like, don't say things that you do not understand.
For real. Real.
Just, like,
yeah.
Work takes work. Jobs are work.
That's the thing. I mean, I learned to sew when I was 8 years old. And I learned on my mother's treadle machine, because she was damned if she was going to let us use the electric one. You know, for sure we would break that. You know, but I I know how long it takes to make something. I know how long it takes to make it well, and I know how long it takes to make it badly. And
Mhm.
and I taught my sons to sew, so that they could at least do their own mending.
Mhm.
You know, I mean, you're not. Don't be wearing rags if you could put that button back on yourself. I don't want to hear about it.
Yeah,
And
I
they can look
never.
at their clothes and they know if they're well made or not. But we're in the minority,
Mhm.
you know. It's
No, for sure.
well,
Like,
I was working in gaming, and the stories that I hear about, you know, how the various game companies treat their employees. Oh my
oh, it's
God, how
awful.
can you do that? How can
Yeah.
you do that to people?
Yeah.
It's just horrific, and it's just and people, you know, get everything is getting more expensive, and it's not because people are being paid better. You know, like I
No,
will
it's because
pay.
Elon's sitting on all the money.
Yeah, you know, like
Yeah.
I'll pay. I will happily pay $80 for a video game if I know that every single person who worked on that game got paid fairly with time off and no crunch. But you know, oh, like I'm supposed to pay over $60 for the newest AAA game when, you know,
When you know people were sleeping under their desks,
exactly. It's just
working sick. Yeah, it's
it's
criminal.
terrible.
I just also want to jump in here.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take this from the point of nursing. So
Okay.
currently, right now, there is a nursing. There's going to be like a nursing strike, and as far as I know, at this moment in time, in Northern Ireland, England, and Wales, Scotland obviously is currently going through a ballot at the moment. Of it, and I basically, so I'm from Northern Ireland, just for everyone on chat and on the call here. Um, but I'm currently living in Edinburgh at the moment. I thought that I might as well see what is a newly qualified nurse, how much will do to get paid in Northern Ireland. Now, there are many other situations, like political situations, which led to this, but at the same time, I think it's utterly quite disgusting considering this is the same exact work their counterparts in the mainland are doing. So, in the new proposed one, I'll take the most highest one to be honest. That was just that is currently being balloted at the moment. So, a newly qualified pay nurse just graduated and complete their training and everything else. They will be paid by up here in Scotland, and it's mostly like a pay restoration. But they are being told by the unions to actually, just accept this. So it's about 28,000, whatever it is. In Northern Ireland, I was very fucking shocked of what they get paid. A newly qualified nurse gets paid 25,000.
Jesus.
That is, and they argue, and they obviously there's a lot of things that are currently going on. Like for example, their government. Well, because I sometimes they go over there, but their government, or if we put it into American context, their state government collapsed like so many bloody times because of some sort of arrangement. But either way, that is the same sort of labor a nurse gets paid, that is the same sort of price. I was just like, why?
Yeah.
Like, why? And not only that, that will actually force quite a lot of newly qualified nurses to actually come over to the mainland, because they'll say like, well, fuck that shit. Why am I getting paid like quite 3,000 points lower than my counterparts over there? So, yeah, no, it's just, I in my activism, I do find it quite absolutely shocking, where I basically wonder about the people in who hold such powerful positions, and I just wonder, have you not understood each, and how the labor that goes behind it, and oh my goodness, don't get me started about like healthcare assistants, because they get the bad end of the deal as well.
Oh, no kidding.
God, yeah. So I said I work as
I have slept. I'm sorry. Yeah, I have.
I said earlier I work as a receptionist. Specifically, I work at a doctor's office. And I'm pretty lucky. I'm on a starter wage because I've only been there since July. I get paid like $17 an hour, but the way that some people treat healthcare professionals makes me wish it was more, because
Mm-hmm.
it's just people will, like, you shouldn't just be paid for your training. You should also be paid for what you have to put up with. And obviously, everyone deserves healthcare and everyone should have healthcare provided to them. But at the same time, like, healthcare providers are also humans. Like, we're not robots. We, if you yell at me over the phone, I might have to go sit in another room and cry for 5 minutes because it was upsetting. And
Mm-hmm.
it's just, it's such a shame. And things like the pandemic just, I mean, obviously the pandemic has been a traumatic event for everyone, but I can't even imagine the amount of trauma that healthcare workers must have kind of amassed just over the past years. Like right now, for example, in Canada, we are having a healthcare emergency, and emergency rooms are entirely overwhelmed with sick children that have the flu, or they have COVID, or they have strep throat, and they're dying. And I just, like, nurses and other healthcare workers have to go into work every day and try to help these kids, and sometimes they lose them. And just, like, I can't imagine doing my job and one person dies, let alone what it's like to work in an environment like that. And people try to say that healthcare workers don't deserve more pay, healthcare workers don't deserve time off, healthcare workers don't deserve
I just don't.
better
I'm so
treatment.
sorry. Yeah.
Oh, no, it's okay.
No, sorry. I'm just like, I'm agreeing with you right there. I didn't mean to interrupt. It's just because, like, okay, I might as well. I know this is kind of pretty heavy at like nearly coming up to about 7:52. And by the way, very sorry about interrupting. The reason why, like, I'm sorry. I'm having imposter syndrome right now because I constantly keep on freaking interrupting people. But it's just because the conversation is good. It's, yeah. I'm sorry.
No,
Lego.
it's important.
No,
it's
okay.
important, Sarah. Come on.
Yeah.
Like, we all chit.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, my wife, she got back last night, and there's a thing that we now do, in which I just want to check in if she's all right. She's a mental health nurse, so yeah, indeed, yeah. So, as I said so earlier on in the stream, and said over to I and everyone on the chat, we kind of try to use humor to break some of the depressing ice on things. And like, for example, oh, is it a good day today? And she went, yeah, it's a good day. I think it's a really good week. We haven't got a chair chucked at us. But she just, last night she just told me about like how she had to separate a couple of patients that basically wanted to go and glassy. Well, it's not even glass. They don't have. So one of them tried to hit each other or something like that. Their ward is completely overwhelmed at the moment. It's a 16-bed ward here at the mental health hospital here in Edinburgh, and then they have actually 19 patients. They only have one single mental health consultant. The other psychologist has went on bloody sick leave. I just don't get it. What are they expecting to do? Of course, like, did we? I don't know if this happened in Canada or America, but what's the point of us standing outside on our doorsteps, clapping at them for like all of the stuff that they have helped us in the pandemic, and yet you are not letting them get paid? I mean, obviously, right now we don't have any kids or anything, and my wife Emily, she is happy to take the pay deal, but obviously it depends on the ballot. But the main, but when you are hearing that there are nurses who who are single moms who have to literally travel to their work, who have like kids, you're obviously wanting to make sure that they are, that pay deal is enough for them. So, yeah, and I just pay your goddamn workers, whether if you are private or public. I don't give a shit. Just go and just pay them. Goodness sake.
Yes. No, the public health
Absolutely.
system, if you have nationalized health, that is not someplace to go look for extra funds. That is not a pocket. You may not take things out of it. And if you are in the corporate health care, no, I don't want to hear that the CEO made close to $1 million. And I don't have enough nurses. Not bodies on the floor, not that patient care techs and nurses' aides and orderlies, not that those people aren't wonderful and aren't trained for their level, but by God, I want registered nurses and all those other people.
Like before you start celebrating your record profits.
Yes, thank you.
Take a look around at maybe where those things should be going. I do have to go now because it is almost midnight and I need to fall asleep.
Yes,
because I have to do my laundry today, and I see that Tundra in chat is maybe suggesting that you get up and walk yourself around a little bit, get your legs stretched.
Are you saying that I do not look good 20 hours into a 24-hour charity stream? Are you saying that I look slightly tired?
I can see about a third of your body. That part looks all right, but I don't know.
The rest, well, good. The rest looks like shite.
Yeah, I just, like I said, I'm gonna have to go to bed, and I'm gonna miss the end of the stream because it's gonna be 4 a.m. my time. So I just wanted to say, thanks for doing this. I know everyone keeps saying it, but like this is amazing, and I'm looking at how much money has been raised, and it's just astounding, and it's, I'm so proud that I could be a part of this in any way, like both by being in the background and helping run things, but also, you know, that I got to come on and talk about both capitalism bad and also Warrior Cats role-playing tabletop game. um,
No,
and
I
that
mean,
apparently people found that interesting.
Lego, again, the stream is made by the work of people like yourself working hard in the background and coming on as a speaker. Like, that's literally it. So, thanks very much. I'll probably be able to articulate something a wee bit more meaningful when I'm not absolutely fucked. But no, I just really appreciate you coming on, and thanks for all your work today, because it has been one hell of a shift. So thanks.
I was thinking to myself earlier. I was like, wow, you know, I woke up at 10 a.m. and I hopped on the screen at 11. Oh, it's been like I've been staring at my computer for half a day.
Yep.
Oh, that's why I have a headache.
No, that's
So I'm gonna pop off, and then I will get Amber back in here with you guys, and then I will go to bed.
Cool, no worries. One thing that I actually do want to do, and I might run it twice, but I do have a video from Christina McKelvey, who's the Equalities Minister and Minister for the Elderly as well. Very kindly did like a video for the stream because she wasn't able to make it.
How sweet.
So
That's amazing.
I might run that on the stream just now while I go and have a wee stand up. I'll make sure that the volume's all set, so someone in chat, if you can tell me that the volume's actually okay, that'd be really useful. I don't have the overlay and stuff set up, so it really will just be me. I'll flip on the video and then I'll flip back to the gameplay. But for the folk who are, maybe it's worth everyone in the live chat at the moment, you can maybe go and stretch your legs as well. And let the video run. It's about 3 minutes, and I'll probably play it near the end of the stream as well, just so we get that twice.
I'm sorry. I just love Christina. I love Christina.
Yeah, it's really thoughtful for her to record a video, and I coordinated with her team. Her team were brilliant on it. So maybe I can play that now if that's cool. If
Sure.
Folk who are in the Discord, if you could potentially either mute or leave and then come back in after that, that's good. But I'm going to play the video now and I'm going to go for a wee walk. But someone in chat, let me know if the volume's okay first, okay?
Okay, I'll disconnect then. Does that?
Yeah, that's cool. You can come back in later, obviously, but I'm just wanting to make sure that there's no background noise.
Yeah, no problem. I need to go and get Mackie D's.
Unfortunately, there's no subtitles either, but you've not had subtitles all stream, so not much I can do on that side, I'm afraid. Cool, right. Someone in stream, let me know if the volume's okay for this.
Hello Connor and everyone watching the live stream. I'm Christina McKelvey, the Scottish Government's Minister for Equalities and Older People, and I wanted to send you a message of support today for the amazing work you're doing to fundraise for Galop. Galop is such an important organisation which provides essential support for LGBT. Hello Connor and everyone watching the live stream. I'm Christina McKelvey, the Scottish Government's Minister for Equalities and Older People, and I wanted to send you a message of support today for the amazing work you're doing to fundraise for Galop. Galop is such an important organisation which provides essential support for LGBT plus people across the UK who have or are experiencing abuse and violence. The National Support Helplines for LGBT plus victims and survivors of domestic abuse, LGBT plus people who have experienced hate crime, and victims and survivors of conversion practices are lifelines for so many, and I can't thank you enough for dedicating your time for such a great cause. These services are so important, especially at such a difficult time for LGBT plus people worldwide. The Scottish Government and its Parliament is committed to doing more to further rights for everyone in Scotland. We want Scotland to be a place where everyone is free to be themselves without fear. And I am delighted to say that after Parliament agreed the general principles of the Gender Recognition Reform Bill, which was voted through with a large majority at the first stage of the process, the Equalities, Human Rights and Civil Justice Committee has now also completed its scrutiny of the detailed provisions of the bill. This bill will remove some of the barriers that make it harder for trans people to legally change their gender. We are also committed to ending conversion practices for both sexual orientation and gender identity in Scotland. These abhorrent practices have no place in our society, and we will introduce legislation banning these practices once and for all by the end of next year. As well as this, we are working to bring about real, positive and lasting change to the lives of non-binary people. And we are also continuing to develop a new human rights bill, which will include provisions to ensure equal access for everyone to the substantive rights contained in the bill. This will include LGBTI people. This government does not take for granted the efforts of both individuals and organisations across Scotland to advance equality for the LGBTI community. This unity and camaraderie is inspiring and should never be underestimated, and I wanted to thank you again for your work supporting and fundraising for Galop today. Good luck with the rest of your live stream, and I hope you have a lot of coffee on hand to help you get through the full 24 hours.
No coffee whatsoever. But no, that was very, very kind of Christina to send that message. Amy, thank you very much for your donation. What does that bring our total to? 216601. Nice.